So yeah, working titles. Hugely important. Use them. Love them. Then just make stuff. So, all right. Where are we picking back up for the project? And hey, what's up, Sam? The work is just getting started. Right, so we press that delete button. Nothing happens yet. So we see set balance modal open. And yeah, the reason that's not working is because we didn't actually pass it to the modal. Now we do have is open true actually set there. So we should have actually seen it automatically on the page, which is not a good sign. So now we got to figure out, where is this modal? Yeah, so I don't see the modal in the page. So now let's go look at it. We hard code that to true. All right, well, let's do this. Let me double check one thing. Okay, so two-factor auth. Let's get the right app open. Not what I wanted. All right, so we are logged in. Let me double check we're on the right page. We are on... Right, like how funny would it be if I was on the quotas page instead of the balance page? So this is the confirm delete modal. So not that page, it was balances. And there it is. I think we were on the quotas page. So of course it wasn't going to work. That's where we ended off at midnight on Friday. So, yeah, I may have been a bit tired. Maybe it was too long of a session. Whatever. Yeah, that happens. We were just on the wrong page. Did we make it all the way to 12 hours? I thought it was around 10 or 11, but yeah, you're right. It probably was. You know, no big deal. Okay, so there we go, right? We can click cancel. We go back. Cool. All right, so hold on. I got a lot of stuff open. I don't want to save that just yet. Just got too many VS Code open editors. That was definitely a 3-ply stream, for sure. That was, yeah, that was a 3-ply stream. All right, so balances. Balance details. Confirm delete modal. And then we can get quotas going too, right? This is going to be like our, working list. What's up, Triple Patty? And yeah, how's everyone's Christmas Eve? The night before Christmas Eve? Christmas Eve is the 24th, right? I always mix those up. Is it 24th or 25th? And yeah, this is a good hoodie. I don't have it nearby. On actual like Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I'll have the epic beanie as well. That one's a bit scratchy, so I don't necessarily want to wear it right now. Dead Swank, I am not at all concerned with people's architecture nitpicks. I have my architecture. I'm good to go. Yes, I'm using MarkDoc already. Yes, I'm using Astro for the marketing site. That type of feedback is not helpful, though. It's already built. Deal with it. The dashboard we're working with right now is pure React because it's just a dashboard. We don't need static rendering. Right? We're halfway through our cross-country drive right now, right? And we just made it into Oklahoma, and you're saying we should swap our engine. No. No. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here on this balances page, let's just double check we're doing everything we need to in the delete endpoint. All right, so yeah, let me go back to here. For the props, right, entity name, we need a paragraph in here describing why we're trying to protect the user so much. Ooh. Okay, so we take in the confirm name value. We have the confirmed name, and they will need to match. Our form here, yeah, we'll just do an alert for now, so that works for me. All right, so let's try and delete the game currency. Hold on, I keep typing that it's game currency, right? Now what we see is that that doesn't actually delete it anymore. So we've got something weird going on the back end. right? Balance names do not match. Okay, so we need a better way of reporting that to the user. What we can do is the placeholder can actually be the entity name. Or not entity name, the actual value. Right, so instead of entity name, this ends up just being confirm name value. All right, then they can start typing it, etc. There's something I think I want to change about the styling of this, but I don't know what yet. And Candace, thank you. Yeah, I like this hoodie. It's a good one. Oh, and Dead Swank, I missed that message that got held by Automod. I appreciate the apology. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, balance details here. Looks about right to me. Balances looks about the same. So now let's double check that. We go to details. We try to delete. Nope. Because we actually didn't change what we're doing over here. Yeah, this bit. No, I'm not doing anything with Next.js. I don't need server-side rendering. Not for the dashboard. Yep. All right, so the rest of that looks good. All right, that pops up. Failure there. And game currency there. Boom. Right. Doesn't delete. We'll have to figure out why that is. I think it's just an issue with the architect backend. I'm not 100% certain on that. And what's up, Akavenge? We should add some icons to these buttons, right? Let's do that real quick before I forget. This is virtual currency. All the fun things you can do now that you're out of the army? Hell yeah, dude. Gap there isn't going to do what I wanted. We'll do it on the icon. Yes, we're operating a ledger. Yeah. We're caching it. What's up, Khalid? How you doing? Correct, Mr. Elfman. That's why I think it's a good business. Good startups solve a hard problem. Especially a problem that seems easy at first. Okay, so we should have that now. What is this complaining about? That should be quota. I'm doing well, Khalid. All right, so we started doing it on this page first. Right, failure. Success. We need to wire it up on the quotas page. I put it outside the scope of the card, didn't I? I did. Okay, so yeah, here. Um, we do. Like it's the placeholder. We can put it somewhere else too, but right now it is shown. That's fine, and that's good feedback. Let me finish wiring it up first, though. There we go. So yeah, right there where it says data transfer, that's the name of the thing to be deleted. What will I do on Christmas? Oh, I like your name. I'm looking in your eyes because that's what I'm doing right now. No, that makes sense, 2-bit. Yeah, there's probably a better place to put it. No, I didn't ask for anything from Santa. But yeah, I'll just be streaming. That's my present to myself. I get to just stream. It's kind of nice. I don't do resolutions. If there's something worth changing, I'll do it when I feel like changing it. I don't need some special day to tell me. You got me a gift. You didn't have to. Yeah, let's think about this. Okay. Yeah, it's an IOU. That's as good as money. Some people caught that Dumb and Dumber reference, right? Oh, those are IOUs. Those are just as good as money. Every dollar is accounted for. Oh, did I miss a follow? Yeah, I missed a couple follows. Discordant Strike, and I am looking in your eyes. Thank you for the follows. Welcome. Wife and kids. Khalid, if I had a wife and kids, do you think I'd be able to stream as much as I do? And yeah, as far as family goes, most of them live over on the other side of the country. You know, I'll text my mom. That's about it. Maybe my brother. We'll see. We'll see. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, let's go look at how GitHub does their confirm modal. Because I think that's a good example. CMG2? What, you mean my little brother? Oh, he is definitely not CMG2. He is his own thing. Obviously not as cool as me. I'm kidding, by the way. Let's go look through the full list. All right, this one's archived. This might be a good one to test out the delete. They just have a confirm button now. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we can put it in there. I like that. I think that's good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we can delete it. You're right. Okay. I kind of like how they make you go through so many steps. No, no, it's like a three modal like step process. That is a lot. But for something so destructive, I think it makes sense. Zagreb, I think it's useful at least to prevent like the accidental click situation. For something so destructive, you need something where like random typing and random like keyboard or mouse input isn't gonna break everything. Like it is entirely possible that someone could have the GitHub app open on their phone, not close the screen, put it in their pocket, and then somehow like all these buttons get pressed. That's actually like way within the realm of possibility. The chance for them to do so and fully type out the name of the thing, probably not. Probably not. Impossible still, but man, at that point, the universe wanted that thing to be deleted. Like the universe did not want you to have a good day at that point. There you go. Yeah, wrong tab. Accidentally delete like a work thing. Again, right? Like by typing the name, it confirms that yes, this is the repo. This is the one. It's going to be deleted. I understand now, you know? So yeah, I think for something so destructive, that type of confirmation is worth it. Yeah, you want to delete your personal fork, not the org's repo. Exactly. Type delete me. Yeah, right? That's not helpful. Like it does need to be like specific to the thing you're deleting. I agree with that. So yeah, let's actually think about how we do this then. Yeah, we can just turn this into a if. And we can actually just borrow exactly what they're doing. To confirm, type blank in the box below. I like how they don't even have a placeholder. We'll still do the placeholder. I'm not sure the label is that important. You're right about that. There we go. Problem solved. I also think technically, even though it's not a label like element, the description here would have been enough. We can agree to disagree on that, but a screen reader would have read these things in the order that mattered. So I do at least want to caveat that. I would be curious what Todd Libby has to say about it. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like it. How do we feel about it so far? I forget who was it that was asking about like sharing the modal between pages. Like they really wanted to see this pattern. They were here Friday night. Yeah, I'm spacing on it. X Factor? I think so. Hold on. It's a quick nitpick. Should the quotes actually be non-bold, right? Like these quotes, they should probably be outside the bolded section. I know that's like a major nitpick, but it kind of makes sense to me. Let's look at it and see. We can always undo it. Yeah, I like it. Yep. I left an extra one, but yeah. Oop. Yep. All right. Cool. So yeah, I'd say our delete modal done. Right now, accounts goes terribly wrong. This page, right, like the main dashboard page, one thing I'm wondering, do I actually want all of like the stat stuff on this page? That was my original thought. But do I want to pay the cost of generating and caching all of the stats when they do their first login? Or would that be something that they want to do when they actually start clicking around into things, right? There's no such thing as cascade delete in Dynamo. And, right, because this is all ledger and money stuff, we probably still need to actually maintain that data. We may be able to archive it, but we're not going to worry about archiving data until later. But that does kind of hint at right now we're doing like a proper delete, even though it's not working. And we may want to turn that into a soft delete. So yeah, we haven't really like addressed that part yet. We're still kind of in the middle of the pivot. Yeah, I don't know. Like at some point, we need to just let the user shoot themselves in the foot. You can't prevent every little error. We need to make it as hard as possible to have issues like that, but at some point you need to give them control over their own data. So yeah, settings here. I'm sure this probably fails out now too. Yep. So we've got a lot of work to do there. Let's start thinking about data, right? So we go to, let's say, quotas for now. Go to details. What do we actually want here in these graphs? And we haven't really even labeled them. So yeah, we need to start thinking about that. So let's go do some freeform stuff here in our notes. It's kind of funny for Raz. The command's right there in the title. Okay, so yeah, let's think about stats. We need to care about balances, total payments, that's fine for us. It's okay. Oh. So yeah, assume that you all are potential customers. What kind of data would you actually want in your dashboard, right? Like as far as graphs go. So if you go in and look at a specific balance, you're going to see all of the money you've taken in and maybe the amount of requests, not like the individual transactions, but yeah, like how many transactions are happening over time. So yeah, at least those two graphs. And then for a quota, right, dollar amount per interval. Quotas don't have the concept of dollar amounts. For a quota in general, right? Total usage for sure. Fluid money, no. Right? We're not necessarily going to implement all of these right now, but average utilization, right? Like the amount of accounts that are over their tier. Hmm. Yeah, this song's goofy, isn't it? Like in a good way. Like good goofy. The Bop Act. No. Yeah, it's the good hoodie, for sure. So what we'll end up doing maybe is these are charts for the individual customer, like my customer. My customer is a merchant or a software as a service, a business, if you will. Now, they're also going to want to get individual account metrics as well. What I'm thinking, though, is for business-wide metrics, that's where we want to do a lot more like caching. But for individual accounts, maybe less needs to be cached. But I'm wondering if maybe individual account caching is then something that we use to aggregate like plan caching anyway. Yeah, so that would work for balances. For quotas, that's definitely not the same thing, though. And yeah, we don't deal with subscriptions. That's really something that they deal with separately. Yeah, revenue, monthly recurring revenue, those are all things that they do at their payment provider. So I don't think a lot of this is actually relevant to what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Like this is all data they would just get from their payment provider. Oh, the game night stuff is really good. Yeah, for sure, Aishman. That person streams. Dom Palambi music. So yeah, he does like really cool like live drumming stuff. And yeah, what's up, Pranav? How you doing? So yeah, I don't think any of this is actually relevant to how we want to track balances. At least not until we're trying to like middleman payment providers. I don't think that's our business. Yeah, no worries, Ayush, man. All right, so account quotas, total usage over time, so they can see spikes. Um, and here's the thing, like not all of these end up needing like more than one graph. Yes, total usage over time. Balance over time, which doesn't have a reset period. Yeah, and then on the individual like account balance or account quotas pages, we just show like the records, right, of the transactions in like a table that they can then search. So yeah, I don't think it needs to get terribly complicated yet. Total overdraft amount. Maybe Omar, but part of the fun is actually building this stuff and thinking about it. You know, I don't want AI to do the fun part. I want AI to do the laundry or, you know, like the bullshit tasks. This is the fun part. Does it look like I'm in a hurry? Yes, I want to get the MVP out. But I don't want to sacrifice my enjoyment during it. Yeah, so let's think about building some of this out. And it's going to involve probably a lot more like API work than anything, at least for the time being. So let's go make that happen, which means we can go now save this, even though I don't think we actually changed anything. It is going to kick our database off into a restart, which we can just let chill. But let's do this real quick. Oh, yep. We'll add that to this commit just because. Okay. So yeah, I think quotas might be easier to get started with. So we'll start there. All right, so quotas, usage, stats. And it's an empty endpoint because we're not doing anything yet. So what we want to do is right, we know what quota we're talking about. Quota usages table. No. For now, we're going to treat the account quota so account quotas table, and we'll just get all of them for the quota in question. I don't think this is accurate. So it doesn't even have a quaternary key. So account quotas, we want to fetch by business and quota ID, and yeah, that is just tertiary key. So yeah, we don't really have a place that we're storing the historical data of their usage. So yeah, what we may want to do here then is just instead show like a spread of how many users are like at this very moment approaching their limit or above it. So current utilization. I got this hoodie on Amazon. Okay, so this is where we're identifying that the account quota does not actually have their limit. Here's my next question. How much fidelity do we think we need on the graph? Would bucketing them into like 20% chunks be worthwhile? So for a quota, God, it's a weird word. The more I say it, the weirder it sounds. For a quota, it's going to start at 0. And it's going to progress up. And we want to slice them into buckets and do just like a bar graph. Maybe. JX, build stuff. Do we think an area chart is the right way to do this? I think a bar chart. I don't think a pie or a donut are the right way to do this. What are some of these others? What's a funnel chart? What is a funnel chart even for? I don't think a scatter chart is what we need. I don't think a bubble chart is what we need. Yeah, the spark line could be useful at some point. I'm going to say a bar chart for now. We're not going to be stacking. What is a waterfall bar chart? Not something we need. Yeah, bar chart. Okay. So then, right, we need to map over these and get a utilization percentage. But yes, that uncovers the fact that our TSBS does not have that value over here. So when we look at a quota, an account quota, we've got the amount and we've got a limit. limit detail, and that could end up being like their paid tier. We'll call that optional, because I think account may also need something like that. Right? Like maybe their plan name. Oh, and I like that name, Set Getterson. Ooh, that's solid. That's a good name. Setter McGetterface. That's another good one. Or Getter McSetterface. I don't know. Yeah, it's another option if you want to create an alt at some point. Yeah, it's a fun name. I like it. Yeah, so account detail could be the plan name. That model may change. Yeah, really, like a bunch of this stuff may change as I start trying to consume Waltr into some other project I make. Because that would be my main goal. Start dog fooding this. And then once we start dog fooding this, then we can uncover stuff that maybe I missed. So, Dead Swank, if you're still out there, once we have a project we're going to dog food Waltr onto, we can start having more discussions about architecture. What I'm thinking about using for the next quick projects that can dog food what we're doing, I think I want to start out with Hunk, right? So it's going to be Hono, Drizzle ORM, Neon, Cloudflare. I may replace Neon with D1. I think that's the name of it, right? Their database system. But other than that, I think I want to do something Cloudflare based. Just because they also have an incubator, which is interesting, or an accelerator or whatever. Cloudflare for startups. Yep. So basically, no, this is their startup program. They have a different thing. Sorry. Cloudflare startup incubator? Accelerator? Cloudflare Workers Launchpad. That's what it is. So this, right? This is really compelling. So I'd want to build something Cloudflare based for like a mini project, and it would be a consumer of Waltr. So yeah, it's like their own like specific Cloudflare workers based like funding program, which is kind of cool. Like I think it'd be kind of fun to build something out towards that. Let's see, do we recognize any of these? Nah, but it's probably fine. Well, keep in mind, these are venture capital firms. So, yeah, you're probably not going to know a lot of venture capital firms. If Dead Swank were still out there, I bet he knows a couple. And Utkarsh. Well, your employer will never care about you. So don't worry about that one. But yeah, if you want to spin up a Cloudflare workers project, Hono, Drizzle, Cloudflare, and either Neon or Cloudflare D1 would be a really good option. So check it out. What I like is that it's so like minimal, right? It doesn't prescribe even a front end. It's all about just the API stack. They do, I think, have some kind of starter. Maybe Ayush, man. I don't know. I thought they had another thing too. Hono X. Yeah. So yeah, Hono X is a meta framework. So it's like Next.js. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not entirely sold on Hono X yet, but it is an option. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is worth at least looking at. But Utkarsh, I don't know. Maybe try streaming. Having a nice set of regulars for your stream does feel pretty good. Anyway, yeah, am I dragging my feet about implementing some of these database changes? Yeah, a little bit. Let's go do it. Let's make it happen. All right, so as far as shared stuff, we need to go update our request and response types and schemas. So yeah, for an account, so yeah, this is not true. You can use this optional value to label the account, e.g. free, premium, etc. Boom. So then for a quota, we have something similar. Oh, and hold on. We did that for post account request. What about patch account request? All right, so now for quota, nope, not limit. So hold on. Where is account quota? Here we go. Yes, that's right. So it wouldn't go on to the quota itself. It would go on to the account quota, and then we're good there. So yeah, when we're rendering the account quota or the account page, if they click into a specific quota for that user, that would be when we look for this label. Yeah. Okay. No, I like that. And then it seems we don't actually have a patch account quota value. All right, so real quick, let me use the restroom. Damn, it's already 4 o'clock. Man, the time just flies, doesn't it? I guess it's only been 2 hours. That's not bad. What I want to do is I want to look at the endpoints for posting an account quota and patching an account quota. I don't know if we would want to actually do that. So yeah, let me go use the restroom, and I will be right back. Give me just a second. Okay, so it is holiday time-ish. We're not going to go wild like we did on Friday night, but it is a holiday still. It's like a holiday eve, right? No big deal. No, it's the day before holiday eve, which is basically a holiday. Now hold on. Let me grab one thing real quick. Hoo-ah! Oh. Okay, so I could continue to sip on the Woodford Reserve. I also grabbed some Bakers. I'm wondering if maybe we save the Bakers for Christmas. It's a strong one, too. I'd have to be real careful with the Bakers. Basil Hayden, nice and chill. Think of the Basil Hayden. Or just, you know, simple Woodford Reserve. Because we're not even on, like, the holiday yet. Let's just stick with Woodford for now. I've also got another nice one. Four Roses single barrel. My plan was to not have to go to the grocery store between now and New Year's. I'm thinking that plan is not exactly ideal. I may decide to, I don't know, get a ham or something. I do need to go to Costco and pick up more garlic. Costco sells like a really nice thing of like granulated garlic, or not granulated, but like, you know, chunky garlic. It's already like minced garlic. That was the word. In this like nice big tin. However, I don't go through it quick enough. I have recently started cooking carbonara, and you know, where I do put a good chunk of garlic in there. I should probably start adding a bunch to my chow mein as well. One thing I've been forgetting from my chow mein is a little bit of ginger. But yeah, some garlic and ginger in the chow mein would probably be smart. But yeah, like I opened up the garlic last night before I made some carbonara, or like while I was making some carbonara. It was rancid as fuck. Right? Nothing growing in it because garlic is plenty acidic enough, but like the smell. It smelled like straight up ammonia. It was bad. Like really bad. If I had eaten it, oh, I'd be so sick right now. The food would have tasted terrible. So yeah. I haven't had garlic like that go rancid on me for a long time. I think part of it was the fact that that garlic was left over from when the power went out for like a week while I was gone, which means not only was it a bit older, but it had been sitting in my fridge at room temperature as well. It's definitely not ideal. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, Acorn is live. Wondering, did they just start? That would make some sense. Me and Acorn were up till like basically 5 a.m. yesterday. She helped me finish Act 3 on Path of Exile 2. Her character is so ridiculously overpowered. It's kind of funny. I haven't done any like min-maxing of my build. I probably should. But not yet. So what I wanted to do is, yeah, we got our request types thing open there. I want to look at, I guess it's going to be our routes. So yeah, accounts, we can look here. We can get an account quota. We can get an account balance. What I think we need to do is we need to create an account quota patch endpoint as well. As an account balance patch endpoint. I don't think we care. I don't think we care about a post. It can just be an upsert. Yeah, we don't have the idea of account here whatsoever. So yeah. These are purely account endpoints. Yep. Right, so what this ends up meaning is we don't have those endpoints created yet, right? Not even the folder scaffolded. So we'll have to do that. But what it hints is that our request types post account quota doesn't make any sense to me anymore. Patch account quota is not something anyone else would do. Right? You could update their limit and the limit detail. And we're going to update the limit internally. But yeah, these are the only things that you're actually allowed to change about an account quota. And then I think account balance is going to be pretty much the same idea. All right, so we got like post account balance. That's just not a thing. Sure, it's not even used anywhere. And it's just going to be balance detail. So now we go back to types here. All right, account makes sense. Account quota, limit and limit detail. Those are the only things you can change about it, though. Account balance. And that's it. Okay, so if that's all we got, right, request types here. Sure, I mean, that's going to be an error. We can let that be an error. Hey, what's up, Standard? How you doing? Yeah, the song a little slow because it's the last song on the album. You guys ever notice last song on the album? I always do that to you. Pretty rare that the last song on the album is like punchy. But yeah, what you up to, Standard? Anything fun? And yeah, how's everyone doing? Got any fun plans for the holidays or anything? Just hanging with family? Nice. Ah, shit. All right, so I made a mistake. This should have been update, which we can just go fix. Plans for me? Nah. Just streaming. Same thing I do every day, Pinky. You got pizza? It's your birthday? No kids tonight? Well, happy birthday, Fox. It's awesome. Wait, why no kids tonight? Are they like at the in-laws or the parents or something? While you and your wife have just, a night to yourselves? If so, what the hell are you doing here, man? I'm just having fun. No, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. What kind of pizza? I spent the morning with a girlfriend. Okay. Yeah, sorry for making an assumption about whatever your home life's like. That's my bad. But what kind of pizza? Anything's fine except anchovies. I'm kidding. I've never actually had anchovies on pizza. I've heard it's actually kind of good. Somehow gets less hate than pineapple, which is interesting. Thin crust pepperoni with jalapenos. Ooh, there you go. My older brother was always a big pepperoni and olives kind of person. Usually you're better off putting your own olives on it. Anchovies are pretty good. Been here a while without saying hi. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, how you doing, Koala? All right, so we renamed those files. They're gonna be totally broken, which is fine. Pepperoni, pineapple, and jalapenos. Yeah, yeah, I got no problem with pineapple. Um, the only problem I have with Hawaiian is like when they do the Canadian bacon, it's this giant thing, and if you end up biting into the Canadian bacon, it like slides off the entire thing and burns like your chin, you know? So a good Hawaiian pizza will actually like dice the Canadian bacon. Ethan hates pineapple on pizza. It's fine. It could be so much worse. But yeah, the biggest thing is just when you get that giant, like, the Canadian bacon, you bite into it, and the whole thing just slops off on you. So yeah, anyone who does, a Hawaiian pizza correctly dices it. Right? They might be using beaver, and the problem with that is it ends up tasting like raspberry. I realize that is a very, very obscure reference that very few people are probably going to get. Are you eating right now, Sneaky Fox? If so, I'll wait. Okay, I'll wait. Remind me when you're done eating. Okay. Artificial raspberry flavoring, at least for a time, was made from the anal glands of beavers. Who figured out a beaver's behind tastes like raspberry? A history of flavoring food with beaver butt juice. Castorium is the name of it. From the castor sacs of mature beavers used in combination with urine to scent mark their territory. But yes, that's, in perfumery. There is a tinctured version of beaver castor. In food, generally recognized as a safe food additive. There's a Swedish brand of schnapps commonly referred to as beaver shout. So yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know how. I was probably crawling Reddit, and Reddit told me. But now that I know this, I had to pass that along. So now you'll probably never eat fake raspberry flavoring again. Or you're really into it. Keep that to yourself. Yes, exactly chaotic. Yep, for sure. Yeah, there you go. Or no, you just buy people a bottle of Beaver Shout. That's just a good holiday, it's just a good holiday gift at that point. And yeah, I was behind it. Boom, roasted. Nailed it. Nailed it. But hold on. Someone asked a question. How do you implement patch? What do you mean? How do you implement patch? So patch is like an update statement, but it is not like a put request. A put request requires every property to be passed, whereas a patch request allows you to update a single property at a time if you wanted. So, do you have like a more specific question you want to ask about that? No, it's as many props as you want. So if we look at one of the request types, sure, this one only has one prop we want them to change. But if we go find any other patch, every prop is optional, right? And you could pass any one of these, or any two or three, or all of them if you want. The idea is that you only update the props that you are passed. Now, the tricky part about how we're going to be doing it with account balance is it needs to actually be an upsert rather than just a patch, right? Rather than just an update to the database. If you're wondering about the actual details inside of the API, well, the API is basically, I'm lucky because the idea of a patch is actually native to Dynamo. Oh, yeah, good call, Luna. Yep. Yeah, thanks for the paste. I often prefer a patch request versus a put request for an update. And it's infinitely better than a post. The nice part about a put is that it's idempotent, so you can send the same request and get the same exact result back. Patch, not necessarily, because other values could have changed while you only updated a couple, and the thing you're getting back would not be idempotent. That is one of the powers of a put request, though. Knowing that when you pass it, the same request that you pass it will always be the same result. Technically, that gets fuzzy when you consider things like modified at values, but we're not going to have to get that specific. That's kind of a fun way of looking at that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. In a lot of cases, you'll have people use post for all of it, and that's just wrong. And you'd be correct in that there, Nedbog. Actually, patch was not even fully supported by all browsers for a time. Internet Explorer, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, HTTP 1.1 did not define patch. Oh, and that might have been it. So instead, it wasn't that browsers didn't support it, because really you should be able to set whatever verb you want. But they're saying IE 9 plus. I believe IE 7 didn't support it, but it's been a while. But yes, your server's supporting a patch request. That was actually something that I feel like I don't remember being available in some older like server implementations. But I don't specifically remember which. Yep. I mean, so technically, I don't find much value in put other than like the item potency guarantee. What would be a good threshold for using patch? When you're exposing an API to consumers. Another example would be, I don't have a good one to show you right now. Let's go to GitHub. Hold on. Oh my God, if I could type. Settings. Right. So what you see here is a bunch of fields. If I wanted to modify these fields, is there one thing that we would do? Update profile. Sure. But what about times when you don't have like a full-on update profile button and just typing in here would update things, right? Like debounced, of course, but you just save it immediately for the user and you're done. You would still probably just want to make one endpoint for the profile, but updating a single field at a time, do you actually want to send the entire profile as a put request over the wire, or do you just want to update that one field? So when you have like a full like update profile button, probably not necessary. But there are plenty of applications where you just have a field and you update it, and that does the update for you behind the scenes, just a single field at a time. Like I've worked on enough projects that did that where, yeah, a patch request is the right way to do that. Otherwise, you're having to send the entire thing over the wire. No, like, because think about it. Like, the performance of sending an entire object rather than just the field you want to update, your user's not going to care, right? That difference is going to be so quick that it doesn't matter. But over an aggregate, over 1,000 users, over an entire month, you might end up seeing some kind of difference in your bill for bandwidth to your API. For AWS and a bunch of the services that allow ingress to be free, well, then probably not a problem. But theoretically, the less data over the wire, the better experience. Yeah, it just really depends. I don't know. Basically, if you're just updating a single field at a time, you should probably be patching it. Damn, program, that is solid. Well done on locking down that name. Well done. Oh, is it? Well, now you got to tell it. No, do whatever you want. All right, so that is updating a quota. I actually didn't want that one. Account quota update. All right, so let's fix some of this stuff. Oh, see, the way you started it out, right? I think it was 2016. I totally thought we were gonna get like the Simpsons quote Kaiser. I thought we were gonna get this copy paste, right? Now my story begins in 19 We had to say dickety because the Kaiser had stolen our word for 20. I thought we were in for a copy pasta there. I chased that rascal to get it back, but gave up after dickety 6 miles. Like, I don't know. I totally thought we were going to get copy pasted there. So yeah, I remember Justin.tv. Twitch partners got first notice about that. You were just an affiliate and you somehow were able to grab this one after testing. Hell yeah. Well done. What did you use to stream? PUBG Overwatch? Nice. All right, what was the endpoint for updating a quota? It is basically that. That is a somewhat older version of the description for this. We'll update that eventually, but we're in the middle of a pivot. But basically a SaaS for other SaaS to use. Excuse me. Oh, and that should have stopped ages ago. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, cool. So that was there, and from here we can start actually doing this part. Yeah, I play guitar, bass, and drums. My goal is to get this launched sometime, like as an MVP, sometime in January, but I'm not like stressing about hitting that because I think this is such like an important project that it's worth doing right. And also, I think there's enough of a like an inherent complexity moat that I'm not worried about someone else trying to steal the idea. right? I don't think this is something that an indie hacker could spin up like that quickly, right? This isn't going to be like I spent a week building out my software as a service. So I'm not worried about that. Piano and drums in music collage. I knew what you meant. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't play piano, but I can sequence piano like notes. I think that counts. You know, FL Studio style, using the piano roll. All right, so what all do we need? Well, we need the business ID, quota ID, account ID, rec.body. We probably don't need. This ends up being account quota. Existing quota, we know we already have. And this is account quotas table. Why do streamers prefer Twitch over YouTube? I mean, I'm streaming to both right now. But I have found that Twitch is easier to grow. Like for streaming specifically. YouTube is really great for growing outside of stream. But you kind of got to like release actual videos to get people to join your YouTube streams. Whereas Twitch, you can just go live, especially here in this category. You can just go live and get an audience like pretty quickly. I think when I first started streaming in this category, you know, we were hitting like 15 to 20 people pretty much immediately, which you don't get in gaming and you definitely don't get on YouTube. Right? Not from the start. My degree basically didn't give me anything. It's just a piece of paper. You get good by building things. Okay, cool. So yeah, we boilerplated out the account quota update endpoint. Now we got to do the same thing for balances. This one's going to follow a lot of the same patterns. But I think here's the big thing, Array of Hope. I became a software dev for a couple reasons. One of them, I had seen my mom working from home, and that sounded fantastic. She did a bunch of SQL stuff, etc., but still, same idea, right? Being able to work from home, like, man, really nice. But also, I think software dev is one of the few places where you can still like invent things. Being an actual like inventor, that shit's tough. Like, I don't know, man. I like to think that if I was born 100 years earlier, I would just be an inventor, right? I'd have an idea for something to build. Would a lot of it be something that made a lot of money? No, but eventually I might hit it big. I find it a lot harder to have that same kind of mindset and ability with inventing these days because it feels like everything's been invented. I know that's not true, but the barrier to entry for invention is higher now. Whereas software, like anyone can build something that solves a problem, software wise. Yeah, I don't know, Array. Yeah, breaking into tech is tough. It's just a timing thing right now. I will point out, working from home was a big selling point for me, but I didn't work from home until I was already like 5 years into the game ish. I think juniors do benefit from being in an office, being around other people, understanding the process, right? Building up those habits is important. So, yeah, a ray of hope, I would say if you're really, really trying to do it, you may consider moving someplace like moving where the jobs are. I know that's a nice thing to say, easier said than done. But I would say, like, when you're interviewing, don't get hung up on a remote only job. Be willing to go into the office at least as a junior. Be willing to relocate. That right there will separate you massively from a lot of other juniors. How's anyone else feel about that, right? Like at your place of business, how often are you hiring remote juniors? That is Mexican code. Yep. Keep in mind that that's definitely a misnomer. Yeah. The bottle pop is good. Because yeah, it may have Spanish on the bottle, but it's almost guaranteed that the Mexican Coke I'm drinking was bottled here in Washington. Just the logistics and cost of shipping all that liquid over international borders. No. No. That stuff was bottled somewhere here in Washington for sure. That's basically what having bottling plants regionally located is accomplishing. But yeah, the problem with matter replication, right? Energy. Until we basically have free, abundant energy, matter replicators are a non-starter. I get it, Array of Hope. How many jobs have you applied to this week? Or last week? It may not be the best time of year, so how many would you say you're sending on average? Candace, did you just paste a password here into chat? You don't have to confirm or deny. Okay, you're good. You're good. It was actually an emote. Yeah, I don't know if it is. I think they may have changed up the emote. Or, oh no, I think I know what it is. It's like a 7TV emote or something, right? Or BTTV or something. But now, Luna, you pasted your password too. Come on. Got it. So Array of Hope. You're talking about the ones that made it to interview. How many like resumes are you sending out? So I would say, and you've probably heard me say all this before, focus on getting at least one resume out a week. At least. And make sure that resume is tailored towards the company that you're sending it to. Right? So make sure your cover letter talks about why you think you're a good fit and blah, blah, blah. Right? Tailor your descriptions of things you've done and worked on with the keywords that help. Yeah, so Luna, that's rare. It depends on the company, but most companies won't look at your GitHub until they've already looked at your resume. Any company with a human resources department, they're looking at your resume. I get it, Luna, but yeah, any company that does any kind of like automated resume scanning, etc., right? Where it's a cold message to them, Well, no, that's fine there, CFG. Same idea, right? Your resume still needs to be tailored to the keywords that they're looking for, etc. But the moment they read your resume, they may look at your cover letter, and if the cover letter speaks towards the business more, speaks towards what you're doing, then you get more value. Exactly, Luna. Yep. Yeah, any company going through job hunting sites, they've got an automated process because they get overloaded anyway. Especially for junior roles. Yeah, level of role matters a lot, for sure. Still eating the same crackers? Well, yeah, I mean, this is the second to last packet of them. They're so good, though. They're really good. They're really good. Mm, tailor your CV for the lead dev? I disagree on that one. I really disagree on that one. I've been lead dev on a few projects. I don't see your resume until it's gotten through HR. I don't see your resume until maybe the hiring manager has looked at it, but they're not an engineer. The moment I see your resume, sure, I'll look at your CV and okay, you've worked with blank. Okay, cool. Nice. But then I might actually go look at your GitHub. So your GitHub is for the lead dev. Your resume is so that they can maybe figure out what they should ask you about, unless they're going to do just some rote BS, like coding interview stuff. I pretty much never did a proper like coding interview. I would instead ask people about the things they said they had experience with. So, hey, I see you've been using Angular for 5 years. What's the best place for me to invalidate the user's token and log them out? Like, where do I check for a 401 request or a 401 response? And I've had a bunch of people with 5 years of experience doing some tech. Well, you just check it on the page where you're fetching that data. No, like definitely not. You do it in an interceptor, right? Now, that's not an always like if they fail that, then they fail the interview, but it's a heuristic. They can mess that one up. If they can't tell me how to use things like Redux, like, I don't know. I'll ask them that kind of stuff. Because the thing about like implementing an interceptor, only one dev on a team is ever going to touch that. So it's not an immediate fail, but I'll ask a bunch of questions about practical knowledge of using a thing. Like back before hooks, it was, oh, you're React dev, cool. So, like, what's a good example? What are the most common lifecycle hooks you use in your React components, right? And this is back when it's class-based components. If they can't name a single lifecycle hook, I don't know, man. I don't know. Right? Again, it's not an immediate fail. They're like, oh, I can't remember, and they describe the lifecycle hook. That's fine too. But yeah, it's really easy to call out a bullshit artist with just practical knowledge. I had an interview for like my first dev job. It was, like they needed a WordPress dev immediately, but they wanted to do application dev, like using Angular, React, etc. The CTO at this agency basically just asked me one technical question. And that was, if I wanted to get all of the users from the WordPress database, what would the SQL statement look like? And my answer was, well, you didn't tell me which fields, so select star from WP_users. It's a really simple and easy question, but in doing so, he knew that I was able to point out that the requirements were incomplete. I was able to write a legitimate SQL statement, and I even knew what the table inside of WordPress was like named by default in a WordPress project. Like he was able to check off a bunch of things like, well, is this guy bullshitting me? Like real quick with one question. I have always really respected how much that question like sliced right through the bullshit. He didn't have me reverse a linked list, didn't have me do any of that BS. He simply asked me a thing that involved domain knowledge about the things that I said I had domain knowledge about. I didn't wear a beanie. Yeah, I was not wearing a beanie. I was maybe 2 or 3 weeks off of a broken collarbone too, so I couldn't even open the door with my left hand. Like I didn't have the brace or anything, yeah, they got a free beanie list. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, I was like a couple weeks off of a broken collarbone at that point. But I didn't necessarily want to advertise that, so I just went in and I just didn't open doors with my left hand. No big deal. And what up, Berth? How you doing? So hold on, let me double check. I think there was another question or two or comment that I wanted to make sure I see. In your React thing, you got asked about strict mode, how refs work, and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, understanding like the rendering lifecycle. Makes a shitload of sense there, Luna. Yep. Again, just practical knowledge. A guy who's got 10 plus years of PHP backend. I mean, 10 years of PHP 5.3 isn't going to help you. So I don't know, like years don't actually equal experience, right? Like 10 years of some experience is not equal to 10 years of other experience. There are plenty of people with 10 years of experience, but it's really just 10 years of 1 year's worth of experience. Like they keep going through just the basics and never get into like anything complicated. That's basically a variation of tutorial hell. So instead of 10 years of experience, it's 10 times 1 year of experience. But yeah, Matisse Tech, Mr. Sir, how you doing? What you up to? Oh, someone else already shouted it out. So today's task, connecting the WebSocket API layer to streamer.bot. Ooh, is that like the official domain name? Do you got it like hosted now? Oh, okay, okay. So you're using streamer.bot. And it's like the base layer. Okay, okay. Ayush, yeah. You can look at all the emotes that we replace. Stream Parrot is the service that replaces things like the smiley face with my own smiling face. No, we're still in the middle of a pivot. We're doing backend stuff right now, so you're not going to see much because the backend's not in a state to actually like relaunch because we're in the middle of building some endpoints. No, I'm not using Express. No, it's just me. All right, so hold on. Let me double check some other stuff. We do have an option to take the beanie off. It's a lot of channel points. Why? Because Architect supports it and it's fast. So yeah, streamer.bot is bots for non-tech people. Got it. So streamer.bot is basically like, it's like Nightbot or a whole bunch of those other things then, right? Sure, that makes sense. Nate 1280. Curious, have we seen them here in stream before? Nope. I was just curious, maybe. So birth. Let me double check. So Mongo versus Dynamo versus MySQL. I don't think you need to care as much. Eventually you will, but right now, just build things. As you start building with these things, you'll actually understand the differences more. StreamerBot gives you a neat little C# API you can write on top of and a WebSocket interface you can use, so you don't have to implement your own event sub stuff. Got it. Okay, so LG, basically it's almost like TMI.js, but it's like a service on top of a C# TMI.js. Because, yeah, like, if I'm just trying to be productive, I'll just build out a TMI.js client. And I assume CFG, you meant SQL, like SQL. Again, that is too broad of a recommendation to make. Try them all out and see what you think. Favorite? I don't get into favorites. I don't care. Oh, SQLite CFG. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's definitely some quirks to SQLite, such as no foreign key constraints that can be really annoying. As far as like database structure goes, not having any concept of a static length like char field is really annoying. Now, these are things that a beginner won't need to care about, but then they do have to worry about other things too. So I don't know. It's probably fine. But that type of like broad recommendation, I don't think is that useful. How much experience? I don't know. Yeah, well, I don't know about that one. CFG, I see the comment that got held. Like, you're not in trouble or anything. I don't know if I want to allow it, though. Yeah, I think it's, like, overly harsh. That's okay, CFG. Sorry. Um, so hold on. You're saying it could also do all the auth stuff to post replies, which you don't think TMI handles. I mean, you mean something like this, where CadburyBot is posting on my behalf when I run a command? That's just a token. Like, that's easy. You just grab the token and you can do that auth. Yep. So, yeah, basically, you would do the name of your thing and then the OAuth, like, bot token that you can get right there in, like, your settings. I work for GitKraken. Yep. I'm a developer advocate. It's my first job as a developer advocate. I enjoy it. That might be the biggest distinction there, LG. I'm pretty sure it does have some support for other stuff. Like, let's see, can we get to the docs? You think Twitch is gonna nuke the IRC stuff? I don't know. That'd be pretty heavy. Maybe, I don't know. It's really hard to scale a chat server. Right? Like scaling a chat server is actually a really hard problem. What up, Basketmania? How you doing? Only piece of software you've been consistently paying for about 5 years? What software is that? Are you saying IRC? Like MIRC? You paid for MIRC? It's like paying for WinRare. That's crazy to me. Favorite project I've made in all time? I don't know. Oh, you're saying Git Kraken. Gotcha. Brain fart. Git Kraken. Cool. You like Git Kraken? That's awesome, man. I'd be happy to chat about it at some point. If you want to pass any feedback or anything. It's technically part of my job. How do you feel about some of the newer features, like Launchpad? We also recently shipped a thing for like merge conflict detection. That way you can get like a little visualization right there in the editor for if like your branch that you're on is going to have a conflict. So kind of cool. Yeah, we got like a bunch of cool features, I think, these days that do kind of justify the cost. Birth, I don't know. I'm not trying to make it a sales pitch. It can simplify a lot of the interactions you'll have with Git, such as merge conflicts, such as rebasing, things like that. If you watch stream long enough, you'll see that I still use the command line. Like for most things. I got no problem with that. For the things that I do use GitKraken or GitLens for, those features are nice, but yeah. Yeah, I'm not here to sell anyone on it. We got marketing people for that. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. GitKraken Desktop is a nice Git GUI in which, yeah, you can interact with your Git history in a cleaner way than having to type out and remember all those commands. There's also things for just like visualizing your code base, right? Without even like modifying your code base, but for looking at your entire like history and all that stuff. That, I don't know, like the easiest way to explain it is maybe if you use Git Lens, like that file's not going to be a good example, but maybe if I go here, right, like me 2 weeks ago, if we bring up, no, not Git Lens, I think it's going to be output. We change this to Git Lens. Right, you can see that some of this stuff, like git log -z, the format, short stat, date order, like all that. Are you going to have this memorized? No. You might create an alias for it. But basically, to get a bunch of this like insight and data, you would have to actually memorize so much of Git that, you know, you wouldn't have room to memorize anything else. But yeah, Git Lens is also a product GitKraken makes. Me being able to see who modified this line, when and where, and what that commit was, and getting more detail with this hover, pretty useful. Then being able to interact with it with a couple buttons, pretty useful. I'm not a dev at GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate. My main role at GitKraken is making video content for ads and tutorials and blah, blah, blah. As well as interacting with devs, talking to them, taking their feedback and bringing it to the company. Another portion of that is giving talks at conferences. You know. So yeah, real quick, CFG. So requests to OpenAI for like the commit message stuff. Is there not a way to configure that? I haven't installed GitKraken on this machine yet. I should download it. I know that's something that they've been talking about, like being doable for a long time. You're right. Ah, that's annoying. GitHub, Google, Anthropic. Hugging Face. Yeah, man. This is something I've wanted them to do for ages. Hold on, let me see this. Is what, OAuth? Here you go. So CFG, you may consider using GitLens, and then you can just pass a custom URL. Your same account for GitKraken Desktop will work with GitLens inside of VS Code. If being able to configure a URL like this is something that's really important to you, I would say try and send some feedback if you want. One second, don't worry. And Luna, what do you mean they don't support local URLs? They totally do. Yeah, you would just pass whatever URL you want. What you were seeing is that they were recommending, hey, if you're going to do it, right, and it's for Azure, it would be in this format. But you don't have to follow the Azure format. You can actually just pass anything you want. The fact that they're saying via Azure, that's just a lie. I think it should be reframed. That's fine, CFG. Just letting you know. The feature is that GitLens can generate a commit message for you based upon the changes you've made. It has to pass those changes as context to some LLM. But yeah, I'm a little annoyed that they don't have like the custom URL option in here. That's kind of annoying. And that's fine, Luna. What I'm saying is, in GitLens, you can totally pass your own URL. It doesn't have to be Azure. I don't know, don't worry. Do you mean like throughout the year, or like HTMX has more total now? I'd be surprised if they have more total. No, it's not a marketplace, Gavin. Oh, just over 1 year? I think that's a bullshit metric, so it shouldn't even matter. Of course, something new that got hyped recently is going to have more within a year. That's recency bias. It's a bullshit metric. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. No, I mean, the winning doesn't, like, even stars are a bullshit metric. Like, completely bullshit metrics. But just more within 1 year, of course, the thing that's been around for 10 plus years is going to have less within like a year, 10 years later. Whereas HTMX just got the hype train going within the past 2 years. Nah, that's just influencer bias, like recency bias. It's bullshit. It's concentrating on totally the wrong things. And that's actually kind of ridiculous. The fact that it was even close, the thing that people just know and use versus the thing that had the hype behind it, like that's actually kind of sad. Yeah, exactly. Like the star number is actually a total vanity metric. You shouldn't ever really care about it. There are other metrics to care about when looking at a repo to decide if you want to use it. When was it last updated? When was it started? Yeah. Yeah, stars totally meaningless every once in a while if you can't decide between two things because all other things are equal, such as recency of updates and all that stuff. Well, then you could use stars as a deciding factor, but really you should look at the API and how you have to use it more than anything. So that's the big thing that I think is worth pointing out. No. So don't worry. Every single piece of software that you're going to use as a developer has an API, right? It's just the interface by which you interact with it. The functions and methods and variables and blah, blah, blah. That is an API. You might be talking about the REST API, and that's a very narrow version of what an API actually is. Lodash has an API. That is all the functions that make up Lodash. It is. Yes, it is the interface by which you interact with it as a developer. That is absolutely what an API is. No, don't worry. You're actually mixing that up. API dates back before we were even worrying about networking. API is about the interface to the application that you're interacting with. If you're bringing in a library, the interface to that library is the API, and that's the way it's always actually been. Bringing networking into it is actually kind of a recency kind of thing. You're still misunderstanding. A library does expose an API, or else it doesn't do anything. A library is just a narrower version of an application. Like, I'm sorry, don't worry. Like, you are fundamentally wrong. API is simply how two pieces of software discuss things. No, VB6 and all the functions available in VB6 is the API. That is the way you interact with the Visual Basic compiler and application and framework and all that stuff. Yes, every single function you call is part of that API. Every single assembly instruction is the API to the CPU. It is, yes, 100%. That is what an API is. You don't have to agree. You can be wrong, but you are wrong. Like, dude. Like, dude, this is basically like, well, I don't know. The world doesn't look round from where I'm standing. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's what this feels like at this point. Like, this is feeling like a bit of a flat earther argument. All right, so hold on. I might have missed some other comments. And don't worry. Right, you were asking about multi-tenancy. What did you mean by the questions about multi-tenancy? By scoping them with keys. So looking at the API I'm providing, the URLs by which you're going to make requests to the API, right? Like the URLs will have the business scoped to it. Your permissions for whether you can make that happen is validated by seeing what your permissions to that business are. Keys to what? You mean like API keys? Those can be opaque. They don't need to be some weird, crazy encryption. They can just be randomly generated. They're associated with the business, and that's that. API keys are typically an opaque token. So birth, literally it's called architect. For auth from my dashboard, it's a JWT. For auth from your API to my API, that is using an API key. And that is just an opaque token, not even a JWT. JWTs are transparent because you can see inside what they do. An opaque token is just a string. Both of them will get passed similarly as a header. For an API key, just consider how Twitch does it. Twitch gives you a key or a token or whatever you want to call it that you can use to perform things against the API on your behalf. That is just a string because it's tied to you. If someone gets that string, they can perform actions on your behalf. But that string doesn't have to be made up of anything special. I don't know, don't worry. You could maybe just listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to know that. You can just simply listen to the fact that I said that. Like, I don't know, man. You're becoming way less fun to talk to. How are you supposed to know that? The words that I just said. You were too busy saying, how the hell am I supposed to know that you didn't even bother listening. Yes, I live in the US. Yeah, Gavin, exactly. Yeah. Like when you're watching a movie with someone for the first time, they know it's your first time seeing it too, and they're still asking you questions. It's like, we have the same information. Maybe just watch the movie and find out. Like, I don't know. Or even worse, they're not actually even paying attention to the film. They're looking at their phone and every once in a while glance up and like, I don't know. I don't get it. It's too confusing. Like, why is this person even here? Well, you were looking at your phone while the character was introduced. You know, like, these people are insufferable. Exactly, Luna. While watching a film, you should not be discussing opinions like that. Oh, wait, wrong place. Oh, I forgot to actually do a permissions check on this point. No, Crow and everyone else asking about Architect, I would really recommend just going and looking at the Architect website a little bit. Or reading that command again. Don't worry, no, I didn't. I said, take for example how Twitch does tokens, and then I described exactly how they do tokens. You were too busy typing up your bullshit question. How am I supposed to know that? Because I just described it while you were getting up in a huff about you not knowing about the thing that I was describing to you in that moment. I literally said they give you a token that you can use to have things happen on your behalf and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't need to repeat myself entirely. Don't worry. I don't need you here at all. You don't have to be here. Again, Crow, I would say just go read a little bit about Architect. Like, I'm getting kind of like I'm getting killed by 1,000 cuts here with some of these questions. I almost feel like don't worry is here to do that specifically. Feels a little bit like that's what birth is doing too. Just death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, exactly, Luna. Yeah, it's all Luna's fault, actually. Why'd you step away? Birth, it's not just you. You are suffering from the fact that you are asking questions, a lot of them, at the same time that Don't Worry was doing so. But Don't Worry also got into a big debate with us about what API stands for. Like, dude. So, Birth, maybe it's just a timing thing, but the fact that you both were participating in the death by 1,000 cuts of the questions, it gets a little tough. Meanwhile, some of the questions feel like, but why male models? Are you kidding? I just said that. Like, you know? If you haven't seen the movie Zoolander, that reference might go over your head a bit. It's a good reference though. It really does fit. In before Don't Worry. But how the hell am I supposed to know that reference? Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I haven't seen the film. Well, okay then. I guess you just don't get the reference. See, I don't know, Birth. Now the way you're responding here definitely feels a little bit like ottering. I know. What a weird Friday. Wait, do I still have Friday in the title? No, we're good. All right, yeah, just reading up on some more comments. Birth, I would simply say there's a thing about pacing. In a similar way, like what Luna just said about a quota of how many questions, right? Do you not think there's a limit to how many questions you can ask per interval before it becomes too much? Maybe, Lloyd. That's fine, Berth. I don't mind answering some questions, but this is not an interview. What you also need to recognize is that you, right, the person asking the questions, should probably be aware of the buffer of how many questions you should ask over time, but you may also want to be aware of the buffer that a streamer has to put up with questions. And when you and another person are rapid firing questions at someone, that buffer gets chewed up really quick. Maybe config. Lloyd, there's a big difference though. By letting someone understand boundaries, it's not a problem into the future. If I had just simply answered their questions, I'd still be answering those questions. And it would be a pattern that they would keep up, not just today, but into the future. There are other people here that can benefit from what I'm describing right now as well. And the simply moved on, though. Yes, RJ, right? Read the room. I would also point out to Lloyd, like, read the room. Is pushing back like this when I'm trying to explain and make a good viewer out of someone, is you pushing back on that helping? So are then you part of the problem as well? It is when you're the one trying to make another issue out of it. Like, dude. And why is it normally Sundays? Like, what is it about Sundays? Like, are you upset you got to go to work tomorrow or something? Are students upset they got to go to class tomorrow? See, Birth, that's what streamers deal with. That's the kind of thing streamers deal with. They can take 10 minutes and think about it, but I don't actually care if Lloyd comes back at this point. There you go, Luna. Hell yeah. It's fine, Birth. Just saying. Now you kind of get it, right? It's not normally like this. That's the big thing. Yes, people are used to streams where they're going to ask questions and get totally ignored. Whereas I try to do my best to acknowledge everyone's questions, which means when you ask too many of them, you run into that buffer issue, right? I'm not a big fan of intentionally ignoring people. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Luna. Yeah. Right, like consider Thor, the Primogen, like giant streams where chat moves so fast that they're not intentionally ignoring people. I guarantee there are some people they intentionally ignore, though. But they care more about viewership number. I don't know for sure. Yeah. I mean, it depends. Are they focusing on being like really, really productive? Then yeah, maybe a Pomodoro technique is a good idea. Where, like you're not even going to look at chat. You're going to work for 20 minutes and then you're going to take 5 to 10, to discuss and do some of that stuff. There's some people that do that really well. Bash Bunny does it like really well. Study Time does it really well, you know. We get people from all over, Birth. Oh, and Mohammed over on YouTube. How you doing? Oh no, it's fine, Birth. Again, it was a death by 1,000 cuts. Your one cut or your few cuts were fine, but when mixed with other people doing some of those 1,000 cuts, that's where it becomes the problem. But yeah, get some sleep. We'll see you again soon. And hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? Yeah, Merry early Christmas. I'll be streaming tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, all week. Oh, thanks, Birth. I appreciate that. Yep, Merry Christmas. Um, it does feel a little warm still. They did get some snow recently. I don't think it's filled in quite enough for me yet, though. But maybe soon. Northern Illinois. Are you saying you wish you had more snow? Is there good snowboarding out in Illinois? I mean, good is relative. Is there snowboarding that you enjoy out in Illinois? Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably a green. um, you can send the Giphy link. I'll still have to like download it and then re-upload it. So the key is it needs to be smaller than 1 MB. If you end up wanting to optimize it, EasyGIF is pretty good. I've heard of Okemo. Magoo, you're saying like the free tier of Copilot? I heard it. Super Maven's pretty good for me though. Haven't really found a good reason to switch. It's already 6 o'clock. All right, so existing account balance, updated account balance. Yep. Yeah, all right, so this endpoint looks pretty good for the update. Oh, did I miss it? Yeah, totally. Let me try and download it. That might just be preview, not rendering that right. Okay, that looks like it'll work. Let's give it a few seconds. Looks like it worked. Hell yeah. And yeah, it should be case insensitive, so you can do capitals or any of that stuff too. Yeah, there you go. See? See? Case insensitive. Okay, so we should have some of our Yeah, our account balances should be good. Our quotas should also be good. Let's go look back at the stats endpoint. Oh, and we closed out the stats endpoint. All right, so yeah, so it's not that endpoint. Maybe it was Quota that we were doing it on. Because I think Quota was a little bit simpler. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then so hold on. I think it's like arc. I could just look at my package JSON at this point. All right, there we go. So that should copy some stuff around for us. Oh, and yes, that would be it. I forgot to actually rebuild in my TSBS. What's up, X Factor? Hold on. So X Factor, were you the one that had the question about how we were implementing the shareable delete modal? Right? Like Friday night, were you the one that was like, oh, I really want to see how this gets done? I may have mixed you up with someone else, but someone was asking that. Okay, yeah, for sure. Man. Good job, brain. The whiskey didn't get in the way of that one. So we were actually really, really, really close. The issue with it not working at the end of that night was because I was on the wrong page. We had implemented it for quotas, not balances, or vice versa. So what you saw us doing actually like totally works. Let me go show you one of those endpoints, or not endpoints, but pages. Yeah, and that good of a memory despite the whiskey. Damn right. Damn right. Oof. Yeah, that's rough. All right, so just to confirm, the basic idea is here on balance details, we have our modal and the abstraction of if it's open, that's a prop, right? The close and confirm actions, and then a little bit to like change the copy a bit, right? But yeah, your main gist for making a shareable component like that is abstracting out the actions or things that are going to be different from page to page, or that are unique to that page. So this being open is unique to the page that we're on. So that's a prop that we pass in, and we just use the confirm delete modal at this level. So then very similarly, we got the same modal, but we're just tracking how it's open and what happens when we do some of this just slightly, like the way we're passing the balance name. Because this balances page has all the balances, when we click that delete button to pop open the modal, we have to store the state of what we clicked, right? Now, there are other ways you could do that. You could actually have a component that renders that list, and then inside of that component, you've got the modal. That's another option. But I think here at the page is easy enough. So is there anything you want me to demonstrate or show about sharing this modal between these pages? I'd say think about it. Let me know. I can open up some files. I do have to go pee. Give me just a second. This is the place it's consumed, X factor. That's what I'm getting at. This is the component. These are those pages. Right? This is the component being consumed. This is that wiring. So the logic is basically the same, right? We're passing this delete and then navigating back to the balances page. The thing that's actually mainly different between these is, number one, managing the state of the modal being open is page specific. So, right, is open, and then the on close, and then this closing it, right? That is page specific. And then the only other thing that's really different is the entity name and balance to be deleted. Right? So if we take this one right here and copy it, and then we go down to quotas, and we look at them side by side, right? They basically look the same. Well, not side by side. Oh. So the abstraction, or the API for this component, y'all like that callback? The API for this component is an is open flag, an on close hook, an on confirm hook, and then some other values for labeling things. Drag a tab to the right. Yeah, we could have done it that way too. That would have been a smarter way of doing that. I just rarely do the split pane thing. So I don't tend to reach for it. Yeah, most of the time if I open up a split like view, it's an accident. But yeah, this would have been a perfect use case for it. So 2-bit. Was that a joke? I'm assuming you were joking, just based upon the context from earlier, but if you actually want an answer to that question, let me know. In the future, if you want to make it more obvious that you're joking, throwing a kappa at the end of your statement is a good way to do that here on Twitch. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check that. The lack of the kappa made it tricky. But that was a solid joke. Well done there. Appreciate that there, 2-bit. There you go. Once again, a kappa would help, but I think we get the context at the moment. Let's get some more music going, though. Well, how the hell were you supposed to know that you needed to put a kappa on it? Because I just said it. Like, I don't know. It's just funny. We had some moments earlier. Maybe Lona, but it's an easy enough mistake to make. One person already did, you know? Yeah, hold on. X Factor. That was like a Marvel thing at one point, right? Who was a part of X Factor? Yeah, that's right. That's right. So yeah, Angel, Beast, Cyclops, Marvel Girl, and Iceman. Yeah, that dude. Okay, yep, yeah. I'll admit, I never actually read any of the new X Factor stuff. I just remember the covers having that dude on it. Bad Nintendo. You were thinking of Fear Factor, which had a different roided up bald person. Boom, roasted. Damn, you set me up for that one. Oh, that was good. Really proud of that one. I'm stoked on that joke. That was a good one. How old are you? I don't know. I'm gonna guess at least 34. Could easily be like, up to 10 years older. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was mainly getting at like I don't think that many people under the age of 34 remember Fear Factor. I'm sure they exist. Okay, so back to the endpoint we're working on. Yeah, count quota dot limit. Limit, limit, limit. Roads. Rudes. Anyone remember the reference I just made? Again, bad Nintendo, you're old enough. You might have even seen it in theaters. Oh, they actually did a revival of it? Well, I didn't know that one. Okay. I did not know that. Now, hold on. I'm thinking this might just be the extension host. No. Oh, and that's right. Never mind. We forgot to rebuild. That's where we left off before we got a little bit distracted. There we go. Okay. Needed to rebuild. Surly. Is it not obvious? Do you really not know what this is? It's trying to think of a good joke. Like, obviously, it's a. And I couldn't come up with anything in the moment. Obviously, it's a rose bush. There we go. Yeah, doesn't work. Bad joke. Yeah, API. Arboreal. I don't know. I give up. A gold hat? Ooh, that's not a bad idea. You'll just have to come back on Christmas Eve to see the hat that I have planned. You'll just have to come back. It's a good one. Yeah. All there is to it. Yeah, RJ, that was solid. That was a good reference. It's an API, obviously. Is that going to be one of our memes at this point? Is that going to be as famous as Mr. Sir at this point? There you go. Oh, yeah, all presents included. Yeah. It's an advanced presentational item. There's actually a new movie coming out, The Alien Penguin Invasion. Yeah, did you know penguins aren't actually from this planet originally? They arrived here on a meteor a million years ago. They've been at war with the octopuses for millennia. There you go. Octopi? There we go. Octopi. Exactly, Luna. That could actually be kind of a one of those like terrible sci-fi movies, right? We could get the Sharknado people to pick it up for sure, right? Right? You got like the crackpot. Like, did you know there's no evidence of penguins existing in the entire animal kingdom? Like, there's no fossil records. Where'd they come from, man? Right? He's written off as a crackpot, and then he actually saves the day towards the end. Exactly. Yeah. Once we get Waltr sold, or like bootstrapped. Once I'm a CEO and I don't actually do anything anymore, right? Like I got employees that do the actual work, then I can totally start my real passion of B movie like plot production. Honestly, RJ, like, there's a bunch of stuff, but basically, like, if you were to consider any animal that is most capable of inheriting the earth, if humans do themselves in, it's the octopus, right? With all of its, like, all of its appendages, it can manipulate things in a way that pretty much like no other animals can besides primates. It can survive out of water for 30 minutes. They're liquid. They can squeeze through like the tiniest little thing as long as their beak can fit. Or was it an hour? I thought it was a half hour. Well, Luna, the reason is they're too busy fighting the penguins. Duh. Yeah, duh, they're too busy fighting the penguins. Like, what about this? What if octopi were originally actually elithids, but they actually devolved into the octopus that we know simply because, like, they're like really lazy. They just want the chill life. They used to do all this like hell bent on world domination BS, and then at some point, just like fuck it. They just want to eat some crab and chill. Wait, I just want to eat some crab and chill. Am I an octopus? No. So Surly, I have not seen that video. So yeah, I may have forgotten his name and forgotten who exactly Mark Rober is. I'm not a big fan of his content. He might be a really nice dude. I'm just not a big fan of his content. I mean, it's still better than Mr. Beast, but eh. Like, that's not hard. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like pop science, which at least like that's better than Mr. Beast, right? But still, like, I don't know. Right? Pop science is like the History Channel doing ancient aliens. You know? Eh, eh. It's not something I would ever choose to watch. If it came on while I was sitting somewhere waiting for my pizza to cook at some pizza place or something, and I'm sitting at the bar, I'd watch it, sure. I might even be, you know, interested enough to finish it. Yeah, it's just filler content. Oh, so 2-bit, technically, it's just like all of these charts are just from recharts. They just have a wrapper around it so that it can like exist within your theme without you having to do too much extra stuff. But they're actually just wrapping a third party called Recharts, which is good. The funny part is I was actually using Recharts before realizing that they had it, which is kind of funny. I still think if I was given the choice and I had to do it myself, I'd probably end up using Nevo instead. Nevo's really good. Yeah, all the charting libraries out there. Nevo's free. Nevo's totally fine. I have been on a project that like their version of Nevo was like so out of date that some stuff sucked. But that was just on that project, like being stuck on an older version of everything. Well, I mean, React 19 just got out of like beta. And what I would wonder is like, is it actually broken? I bet Nevo still technically works. It's just not officially supported yet. Because, like, what do you think React 19 took away that Nevo needed? Probably nothing. So what is broken about it then? I'm so curious. Oh, they were. No, that makes sense. I get it. Yeah, interesting. I've never even used the Find DOM node API, but I can kind of understand why they're using it. What I'm wondering is, could you end up making a shim for this eventually? I think it would be tough. Like, it'd be hard to do. Right? Like, you could make a shim, but it wouldn't be SSR aware. And that might be like the breaking change there. Do you need your graphs to be server rendered though? Or could they just be client only? Right? Like, yeah. Like, charts aren't even good for SEO. They can just be rendered after the page loads, and it's not going to harm an experience in any way. Yeah, I struggle to really think about a good reason that your charts need to be SSR'd. Unless you're like using them for some kind of like social media sharing, like meta tag stuff. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that part's really easy. Right? Like, make the frame be SSR so it knows the size that it's going to be. That's easy. And then the chart just renders in later. So you prevent like the shift in layout. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought that deeply about it. I guess that's what I'm getting at though. Like it comes up as a discussion point, but does it come up as a requirement? Probably not, right? And maybe when you're saying the frame, you mean like the axes as well? Right? Like the axes and the legend or something, maybe? Sure. The stuff that, well, here's the thing though, like the axes can't be baked because a lot of like graphing involves dynamic like ranges for the axes. That way you don't have a bunch of empty space in the graph. So even like the scope of the axes is dynamic. Like at that point, you could just do a blur up on the axes. Then they don't need to be labeled. They don't need to have like any text or anything. It's just placeholder like lines that are blurred. That might be like a good approach for that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see much value in server rendering any part of the chart. All right, so a big part of this, right? We can get the current utilization. Eventually, we're going to have to deal with pagination. I think we can still get away with doing this in a somewhat naive fashion. And yeah, some of this data may not even stay in Dynamo. or bare minimum, we may end up creating just like a separate Dynamo table. Make it a TTL table. So then we just calculate the data like on a regular basis, store it in TTL, let it expire, simply update the records. Prevents our data from growing too heavily. Allows stale data to be cleaned up. It may be better to throw it into S3 and do S3 select on it. I don't know. Yeah. We can worry about optimizing this at another point. For what we have right now, we're not going to go beyond any of the read limits that Dynamo is going to have for us. So I think it's okay. All right, so here's the next thing then. We want to bucket all of this into like 20% chunks. So 0 to 20, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, 60 to 80, 80 to 100, 100 to 120, 100 to 140, and then finally just like 140 plus. All right, so what's the right way to wrap this data into an object that holds these values? We could just do it by numbers. We can always refactor it later. Yeah, I've had to do this logic before for an interview. It's not tough, but doing it right is a little bit of like a thought process. We could do it the ugly way first. Now we can do this. Right, then it's actually a percentage value. And then here we can do this part. So if pattern matching would clean this up massively, but it kind of works. JavaScript doesn't have pattern matching, so we can't do it. There's a proposal, but it doesn't exist. Like, it's not a thing yet. And I'm not going to bring in some shim for it. Yeah, exactly. Is what it is. A simple algorithm. This is the simple algorithm. Like, this is the simplest version of the algorithm. There is definitely like a way that we could clamp these values. I think worrying about clamping is more effort than it's worth. Because I'm not even sure that I like this as the viz. We can just output it and call it good. All right, so we'll start fresh. This data will get rendered. We need the front end going. Like, I know there's a simpler like algorithm, probably with a better runtime. I don't I don't think it's our problem at the moment though. Yeah, I'm sure there's something we could do. But let's get more music. And I think synthwave belongs in a museum. All right, so we did it for quotas. Go to details. All right, so then quota service. Shit. So I actually made a mistake there. So hold on. I need to do this because we messed up something here. So HTTP quotas stats. It actually is usages, though. So get quota usage stats is actually the endpoint. We'll say any for now. Nope. We're using React. And yeah, RJ. Are you RJ Jr.? If so, your parents had a really good sense of humor. No, this is Patrick. There you go. Come on, that's the joke. No, I get that. That makes sense. Both my dad and my older brother go by their middle name because they're both Thomas, you know. This is some weird family tradition. So we already got an issue. Mm. What's up? Don't lose faith. How you doing? Account created 6 days ago. Interesting. Interesting. Not inherently a bad sign, but interesting. So I should just update these labels, make them into the exact label that we would want to use. Right, so then something like this. So the reason I'm doing this is because I want to keep the data over the wire a little bit smaller rather than just spitting out raw data. But maybe raw data would be easier. No matter what, I'd have to do some kind of like mapping stuff on the front end anyway. And just label and value. Yeah. So yeah, if we can get this to render into something that I kind of like, then we'll solidify the types for it. But right now, kind of need to think about it a bit. So yeah, I just want to see it like in there and working.
So businesses, business ID, quotas, quota ID, and then usage stats. Yeah, that's a front end problem. Yep. So we get this to come back. So that's a separate issue. Cannot read properties of undefined reading utilization. It's a get. We know that it's coming back with the data we care about, but the front end is not rendering it because of the whole dot utilization thing. Oh, shit. Okay. All right, we get that array. We say that, oh, shit. Shit. Mess that part up. I always do that with entries. Because the tricky part is it's actually valid that way. It's just not what we were looking for. Because the second argument's the index. Okay, so we see our label. We see the value for that. We got quota service coming in there. We have a bar chart. Maybe I need to pass a height value to it. All right, so we still get a 0 value there. Let me double check my fixture data. Let me get more music going first, actually. All right, create quota events for account. Here's the thing, we create the account quota. We add the usage to it. DDB local. Yeah, happy holidays. Yep, have a good one. Five, 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 five. Oh. So that's for actually running DynamoDB locally rather than connecting to a local DynamoDB. Hey, all right. All right, we got our global secondary indexes and all that jazz. Okay, so we're doing a local scan. It may take some time. It shouldn't take that much time. Do we eat some more of these crackers? I'm gonna have to look at how much these crackers actually cost. Because my guess is they're actually kind of spendy, like at a per calorie level. But they are delicious. They're about 100 calories per one of these things. I think there were 9 of them in a box. It's probably like $1 per one of these, which is a little spendy. But they're good. They're not chips, they're crackers. I don't know. I don't measure them in tons. Morning, Khalid. How you doing? So to print out every single thing, that was 146 RCUs. Wow. Yeah, this is weird how they do the table layout inside of this app. Okay, so here's something even weirder. We're not getting anything other than quota usage. Now we see a balanced transaction there. Yeah, so we see scans. Let's sort by our partition key. There we go. Okay, okay. I wish... Oh, that's the wrong thing. I wish there was a better way... Like, why can't I resize these columns? That's a little annoying. If I go all the way to the bottom, damn, quota usage is a lot. The quota usage metrics seem off. Hmm. All right, so part of our problem is that we're not setting the limit in our fixture. All right, so let's say our limit is that. All right, so our database reruns all of that seed data. It runs way quicker now. This runs way quicker now. Right, 700 items instead of the thousands we had. We sort. Yep. Okay, so now we get the accounts. Account balances, account quotas. Right? And you guys can't see it there, but we can see like their usage values over here. All right, so we'll do this part. Okay, so now if we go look at it some more, we're going to see that we're still getting like 0 values back. But why? Like, we're not even getting anything in there. Okay, so now we can validate that we're getting the data put into the database because we can go look at it and we can see that for account quotas, we've got usage values, right? Those are amounts. When we go and look at limit, oh, so that's account balances. Here we go. So there we see that our limit is going to be this value into that value. Oh, and account quotas is no good. Shit. That would be it. Yes, we still don't get like the most type safety from our ORM. We do get it in generating the keys, but we ended up losing it based upon what keys we map to which keys, like for queries. So then here, we look at this and we see that account quotas does come back with stuff. We got the amount versus the limit. And everything is sitting at 0 to 20%. And yeah, none of these are really going to go above that. So when we consider the data that we're doing, yeah, none of these are actually getting to a realm that would matter. Now, I guess one thing though, shouldn't this still be showing us some kind of graph that makes sense where just everything's over in this bucket? So we got something going wrong about the rendering of the bar chart. No, I am not an AI expert. Nope. What's up, Manu? How you doing? What you up to? Nah, I'm good. So we see data key label. Then we see the value associated with it. We should be seeing a graph right there, right? So yeah, this is just an array. Yes, I am using TypeScript. So we don't need to pass a type value, right? Oh, I guess here's the big thing. We're on version 7.15 of Mantine, right? Yeah, we're using 7.15 for charts. I'm wondering if this is... I wonder if this is a flaw of like a mismatch between the Mantine versions we're using. I don't see why that would be the case, though. Hmm. I mean, it will be a service that companies can sign up and pay for. Yeah. As far as me selling the business itself as an exit, I don't know if which one of those questions you were asking, but I don't know. I haven't thought about the exit strategy yet. It is whiskey and Coca-Cola. And I don't know why. I really wanted to hear this song after seeing Manu's name. He probably already knows the song I'm about to play, but whatever. This song's amazing. That's what it is. Well, it's a little quiet right now, though. It's a 3-ply song for sure. Well, so we still got the same error with it. Yeah, it's definitely a vibe. All right, so yeah, updating our version of Mantine just to be in sync with our graphing, probably a good idea anyway. Take it easy, Manu. So Sicario, no matter what, you can almost always do the song command and just get a direct link. It's English at the beginning, of course, and then yeah, that was French that they were speaking just now. Basically, Manu Chao is a like Brazilian band living in France. Like that's how they got their like start, etc. So they definitely have like a really heavy like Portuguese kind of Brazilian vibe to them, but they they made it in France. Like that's where they were from. Yeah, exactly. Sorry for the burp. All right, song's a little loud. Hold on, let me dial it back. So yeah, Manu, this is the chart. Let me double check that's where it's coming from. It is Mantine Charts. Yep. What's up, Midas? How you doing? What are you up to? Well, I mean, you've been following since 2023. I feel like we would have met by then, or by now, since then. If not, I'm curious, yeah, what prompted the follow back then? Probably someone raiding, right? Function that calls the data? I don't know if that part matters. You can see what the data is right here. During your boot camp days in 2023. Maybe it was from a raid from Mayan Wolf or something like that. Yeah, Samano, I'm not looking for any like darts to be thrown at the wall at this point. Yeah, like what we're seeing should be pretty straightforward. What I'm wondering is this part right here, right? So instead of name, if I just do value, I think that's actually our flaw because I'm misunderstanding what series actually means. That was it. Now I'm curious why we're not getting any labels for these parts though. And why we're getting like hover effects like those. Yeah, some of the styling just seems really like really off. But yeah, so that was our actual issue, right? The series value. But yeah, our like hover tooltips are weird too. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a fan of their charting. Or hold on. I bet I forgot to bring in some styling. That was it. Yep. Let me get more music going though. Did I forget though? Because like other stuff rendered fine. Hold on, let's skip that song. Maybe this one's better. Does look like we might be missing this. I think I brought in recharts just in fine. There we go. Okay, so it fixes the hover. Okay. Okay, so let's update some of those values a bit. And one thing before I restart that, let's go to here. And instead of it being value, we'll call it accounts. I'm not sure the line chart's even valuable anymore, so we can get rid of that. As we need it, we can add it back in. What up, Ayush? How you doing? What you up to there over on the YouTube? It is whiskey and Coca-Cola flavored. Here's the thing. I want to force it to label every bucket here. I don't like the sparse labeling. I bet there's some way to fix that, but I don't know how yet. Hmm. I know, this is good. Oh, I mean, you're not in trouble, but Automod did catch it. I don't know, man. Okay, sorry, RJ. That's hilarious. The Je ne t'aime plus, right? Like, mon amour, right? Oh, damn. Okay, so that's brutal. So you're not in trouble here, but you might be in trouble with your wife. You might be in trouble with your wife. Yeah, I can let it through. So basically, hold on for everyone catching up. They sent the link to that song we were playing, the Manu Chao song. And there's like a bit in the title that is French, and it's literally translates to I don't love you anymore. It's not necessarily the kind of song you want to send to a partner with zero context. That's pretty funny. That's pretty damn funny, actually. I am become death, destroyer of relationships. Yeah. See, I think we could do with y-axis 0, and that would help a little bit, but eh. Now, it's certainly not an empty string. Like, we know that for sure. Because we can just look at the value here and see that label is not an empty string. Now, it's definitely just something that the charting library we're using just doesn't do that well. hold on. Who did that? Hold on, let me read this. Even though I'm not their cup of tea, I really appreciate them. Whoever that is, TJ, whatever. I appreciate you. Laser. So that one is power mode. So, hold on. I guess I could do it over here too. And no one dogpile, right? I recognize I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Simply from the arguments we had earlier. The Finnish Rust dev is probably... come on, y'all remember his name. He does really good Rust content. He tends to stream in the morning. He has like really nice long hair, kind of graying a little bit. Toggle bit. Anyone know who the X-Fang kind of abrasive would be? Like, I thought that was me. Like, I totally thought they meant me. But I'm not X-Fang, and no, they meant someone else. Tech Lead? Tech Lead doesn't stream on Twitch, though. Oh, they might be talking about Vape Juice Jordan. I could see VJJ being a bit abrasive. But VJJ hasn't streamed in ages. But again, like YouTubers actually might count. Like they weren't specifically asking for Twitch. Yeah, I don't think it's tech lead. Yeah, you're totally right, Ayush. I didn't realize that they said YouTubers right there in the title. Is there any other like Finnish Rust dev that y'all can think of? Yeah, I consider tech lead probably unemployable at this point. Yeah, exactly, Ayush. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I can be a bit abrasive. Oh, wait, no, he meant someone else. The fact that he didn't directly disparage me as being abrasive is actually kind of cool. Huh. Well, thanks. The fact that I'm the first person that comes to mind when he thinks of people that are not his cup of tea, well, that's all right then. I'm okay with that. At least I'm the first one he thought of. Hold on, let me grab another soda. And yeah, we definitely give him a thumbs up. What, out of like all the people he listed? I'd say Tej does production grade programming. He works on NeoVim and like all sorts of stuff on stream. He doesn't do his like work. In fact, technically he doesn't have work anymore because he's like a full-time content creator slash coffee seller. But he fully does NeoVim stuff live on stream. I think there was a point at which when Prime was working at Netflix, there were certain things he was able to work on, like live on stream. Trash Dev can't. Midnight Simon just does leak code, which is entertaining. I feel like Theo's tried it a couple times, like actually working on projects on stream. But you're right. I don't think he does. Jitterted. I feel like Jitterted does game dev mostly now. Tawny never did any code on stream. Come on. But great stream. Just, that's all. You think I don't get anything done? Holy shit. But I'm not familiar with Holden Corral. Or Caro, or however you pronounce that. I'm not familiar with that stream. What up, Akashra? How you doing? Oh, Akashra, are you the person that posted this comment? Or are you Holden Corral? Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry if I'm not your cup of tea. I'm okay with that. Completely okay with that. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Just making sure. I was actually seriously wondering, well, yeah. This part right here. Hold on. Right? One's ex-Fang who can be a bit abrasive. I immediately was like, well, yes, I can be. But wait, I'm not ex-Fang. I had that go through my mind before I actually, read the rest of the context. I thought that was funny to me, at least. You meant someone else who's a little bit abrasive. And I'm not even saying that that's how you meant it. That was just, I don't know. My brain, muddying those statements together. But I do appreciate the shout out. Thank you. Currently at Apple x Google. No. I get it. Exactly. Yep. I totally get it. Yeah, I do try and concentrate more on the interactivity part rather than just getting stuff done. But there are times where I'm more getting stuff done than just interacting. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess it depends. But yeah, no worries. No worries. After reading it properly instead of just scanning, I totally get it. I appreciate the shout out. That's all. Real quick though, was Togglebit the one you're thinking of? The Finnish Rustev? Because he definitely has a European twang to his voice. I wasn't sure he was Finnish though. I thought he might have been Welsh. But I don't know. Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, just happy to clarify that. Yeah, Togglebit's great. I'm curious about who the abrasive ex-Fang is. Someone was in chat guest over on the YouTube chat, Tech Lead? But I wouldn't phrase him as a bit abrasive. I would say he is the highest grit sandpaper you can find. Yeah, not Tech Lead. Yeah, all right. No worries. And I only had one other guess. Could it possibly be Vape Juice Jordan? I could see him being abrasive from time to time, but for the most part, I kind of feel like a lot of people like him. So yeah, I don't know. Depending on when you've caught his stream, it could be hit or miss. I don't know. No, not Jordan? Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I don't want to drag anyone through the mud. And honestly, I don't even think he's that abrasive, but I do see how someone could phrase it that way eventually. Just, again, because everyone has different taste. I would say I'm more abrasive than Jordan, for sure. X-Fang, not Jordan. Definitely not Melky then, right? Because he's not even abrasive, and he's still currently Fang. Yeah, I don't know. Wait. Hold on. Is it someone who streamed recently, or are you talking like GeoHot maybe? Like that dude is like, yeah, he can be fairly abrasive for sure. Haven't seen him stream for a long time though. So yeah, I would be curious if he made it into this list. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this streamer. Oh, Algo Bro? No, probably not. Wait, Algo Pro? I don't know what that even is. X Factor. Yeah, definitely not Algo Bro. Yeah. Like, no. I'm way more abrasive than him. Holden is more YouTube. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I don't remember this person from this category. But I don't watch enough YouTube, so that's on me. I guess here's the big question, Akashra. The person you're thinking of, are they more on YouTube or Twitch? Okay, so X Factor might be thinking of Clement. Like they're the algo training person. Okay. I'm not familiar with them. Definitely Twitch. No, I know exactly. I know exactly. Glasses, long hair, Stragger. You used to do the Metroid rando stuff? Okay, so not the person I was thinking of. No. So RJ, I'm asking Akashra. Yeah, only person I can think of that had an incident like within the past year was Stragger. But I I don't really see him as being abrasive. So I don't know. Was it Stragger? Like Strager? Okay. Because he was X Fang and I forgot that part. Okay. Yeah, I feel like he just stopped streaming. Part of like the incident he had was, yeah, he got into an argument with someone and they got doxed a bit. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I think he's just concentrating on his startup now or something. But okay. Yeah, and we don't want to drag anyone through the mud. I think he had a good stream. You know. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he can be pretty condescending to juniors or front end devs or things like that. But the free code review, like a lot of the stuff he did was pretty cool. But yes, I could definitely see that for sure. I can understand that. Like we had some moments where We didn't get along. I take at least half of that blame, though, so that's on me. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, you know, it was just gonna, like, yeah, it was gonna get to me. I was really confused. Like, who could it be? Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think this is a great list. Um, yeah, someone did make a comment like, oh, well, am I the only one part of this list who's actually building like a product, like trying to make production code? Besides Tej? Maybe, actually. Trash Dev pretty much just did a lot of leak code style, like type stuff. Prime had worked on some Netflix stuff on stream, right? Pirate Software, he doesn't really do any production code on stream anymore, right? Tej works on NeoVim on stream, like on a regular basis. Midnight Simon is leak code stuff. Theo mainly just records his like reaction style content. And yeah, JitterTed. Yeah, advent of TypeScript Type Hero. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, he just doesn't stream that content. But JitterTed, I feel like JitterTed, didn't they move to like doing gaming? Or am I mixing them up with someone? I'm mixing them up with Jotson. I mix them up with Jotson every single time. Shit. Okay, that was it. Yeah, and I think JitterTed's C#, which is just Microsoft Java, which is fine. Yeah, no, I was mixing JitterTed up with Jotson, which I do way too much. But yeah, JitterTed's good. So yeah, JitterTed does real dev. Like, you know, actual like products they're trying to launch kind of stuff. It's funny to me that you listed Tawny. Did she ever write code on stream? I'm kidding. She did from time to time, but that was like a meme in her chat. Right? I will say C# Fritz does a pretty damn good job of like, you know, making like somewhat heavily viewed like C# content. Really? Yeah, I don't remember much actual code Tawny was working on. So yeah, good point. I probably just missed it. But yeah, anyway, thank you for the post. I got F5 bot running. Yeah. I feel like I sit somewhere on like the 50% chatting and coding like split. But yeah, if anyone's curious, F5 bot is a really like nice tool for just getting notified when someone mentions you on Reddit, Hacker News, or Lobsters, which is kind of cool. So that was how I found it. Yeah, no worries, Akashra. Again, thank you. I appreciate it. No. I just got notified. I just saw like an email alert come through. Thought it was, you know, something like really important, but I mean, still just seeing when I get mentioned. It's kind of nice. Doesn't happen that often. Yeah, F5 bot is how I found it for sure. Because, yeah, that was like 10 minutes ago, you know? So some things we could do to clean it, like clean this up a bit. I'm thinking we can get rid of the dashed lines in the background. And we could even maybe get rid of the labels. We could just get rid of the x-axis entirely. Let's give it a shot, see how we like it. Right, and then you can mouse over and see it. So that's not so bad. How do we feel about it if we get it, like, narrower? I kind of like it. Okay. So then, yeah, I just want to lose the lines in the background. Hmm. Reference lines? No, it's not reference lines. We might have to go to Recharts and look at their docs and see if there's something we can pass over there. So they're calling it Cartesian Grid. Nope. Oh, hold on. Nope. Sorry. Let me just play any other music. And damn, it is 9 o'clock right now, so I should consider getting ready-ish to hop to the other stream and, you know, do some gaming, eat some chicken pot pies. But yeah, I want to get rid of these, like, dashed lines. Yep. Yeah, I have a totally separate gaming stream. I don't know. I don't like them right now. It's one of those things where I probably just shouldn't care. You can trace the number with your mouse. Do you need that if you can just mouse over and get the value? But you don't know what the lines actually tie to. So if you want to compare the values, you just show the values. Like what you're getting at is I should bring the y-axis back. Yeah, I don't know. I at least, just for the sake of understanding recharts, or technically like Mantine's wrapper around it. No, and I understand that. I guess what I'm curious about is like, how much value do you gain from the chart? From knowing like the exact numbers or whatever. Yeah, the labels would be good. Like, I don't even know if this is actually a valuable chart. But knowing how we could customize this just to like remove those lines if we wanted would still be valuable if I'm going to continue to use this charting library. Otherwise, maybe it just becomes some other charting library, like I just use recharts directly. Like I already have it installed. I just really didn't like the gaps in the x-axis, like with the labeling. I think that was my biggest problem with it. Oh shit. So recharts is still using class components. Thanks, Akashra. And hold on, is that bad? The fact that it's still a class component? It just means it's older. It means that it's heavier than it needs to be. So they could actually probably trim some of their bundle size by doing hooks instead. It's actually one of the biggest use cases for hooks, or not use cases, but reasons why hooks are technically better. I still think teaching class components is actually like a better abstraction to teach. because it has these like very clearly defined lifecycle hooks. To do those same lifecycle hooks with hooks, you're using like use effect in a very specific way that denotes like, well, that was a component did mount or something, right? Like empty props, yeah, it's going to fire the first time and that's it. Sure. There's a reason, in my opinion, that Mantine ends up needing to basically define their own hooks like use mounted, use is first render. And that's because hooks in general, like use effect, don't actually denote when and why they should be used. And the difference between a use effect that is the mounted use effect versus just a regular use effect that needs to update when its props, like when its dependencies change. I just think hooks are harder to teach, whereas something with a proper component lifecycle is actually easier to explain because it's this very clear like timeline of when things happen. But as an example, right, like these are all things that are defined on a class, and every instance of your component has that, right? So it's heavier. In RAM, it's heavier in bundle size, like all sorts of stuff. So grid might be what I'm looking for. Maybe Crow. Like, I don't know if you remember the conversation we had earlier, where it was basically getting into when someone's trying to drive to the grocery store, the engine in their car doesn't matter, right? Is it an inline six or a V8? It doesn't matter, right? The people that really care about that kind of thing are the type of people that should be building tooling or being mechanics working on cars as a career or designing new cars or things like that. But they are such a smaller percentage of the people that end up needing to use these things. Does it make them smarter? No, it means that they care about different things. What you might actually discover is that a lot of the people who care about the internals of a car might not actually be that good at drivers, because they're too focused on the magic that makes it work rather than actually being a good driver. So that can be tough. And I'm not making a generalization about tools developers, but what I am trying to say is that, yeah, tools developers often can get very like tunnel visioned on what they're doing without considering the implication of it for someone who's actually going to use this thing. Like in the same light, I'm building this software as a service. I am tunnel visioned on building the service, but I am not 100% considering how someone's going to have to use it. And that's where me dogfooding it into another project I make is going to help me discover a lot of that. But how many devs who build frameworks actually build applications? The more popular their framework gets, the less applications they probably end up building. So here's something I think I'm coming to understand. Do they have a version of any of these that don't have the Cartesian grid? They don't. The inability to remove the grid? That's a problem, man. Right? Whether it's the right idea or not, a tool shouldn't pigeonhole you in that way. Nope. With tooltip, with legend, with right y-axis, with bar label or bar value label. I do consider that a flaw. Oh, we already went and looked at the types, though. Right? Grid chart based props. Like, we already looked through this entire list. There's grid props, stroke dash array, grid axis. Well, hold on. Wait, grid axis could be none? Ooh, hold on. We missed that part. Or I missed that part. That might have been it. I missed the none. That was it. Okay, never mind. Okay, so they got it. I think it's interesting that their docs don't have a single example with that. I would say they should probably have some example that shows that, like here in the table of contents. It is open source, so maybe we could add it. Now, if we go back up to the top and look at the interactive tool, we do see grid axis, and it's there. It just wasn't obvious. That's my bad. That was my bad. All right, so real quick, let me go use the restroom and turn on the oven. We don't have to finish yet. I can turn on the oven, and then I'll get some pot pies. Okay, so I'm back. Yeah, it was there. It just wasn't documented the way I was expecting it, but, you know, documentation's hard. So yeah, I got my oven heating up. I'll get the chicken pot pies thrown in. They take like 50 minutes to cook anyway. So yeah, oven will probably be heated up in like 20, and then I gotta throw the pot pies in, and those take like 50 minutes, and yeah, I think we still got some time to hack on what we got going here. All right, so if we consider, right, this layout, I may decide on another graph. What would be another graph worthwhile? We haven't ended up putting that data onto the page yet. For quotas, there is average utilization and total usage. And real quick, thank you for the follow, Chris Dev. Thank you. Laser, hold on. Did you go give me a follow over on the gaming channel? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll probably be playing some PoE 2 after I finish eating tonight. I had just finished Act 3. Yeah, thanks. There's stuff that's similar and then stuff that's very much not. I didn't play enough PoE 1 to know, so I'm not sure. I've heard some people say they like PoE 2 more, but I don't know. Whoa, dat nerd, Mr. Sir. Well, now I gotta keep streaming. Damn, you're sitting on a pretty large crowd. Did you get the acorn raid? Yeah. Yeah, bummer. I guess I gotta keep streaming. Woe is me. Whatever shall I do? Oh, Jay Blow. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. I do not have Indian food on the way. Now, I started preheating the oven, and I'll throw some chicken pot pies in eventually. So we got plenty of time. We're chilling. We're not on the clock. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen him streaming for a bit, but that might be on me. The only food I get delivered is Indian food. I just don't know any of the places like here in Redmond, like ramen wise, that are good. In the place in Woodinville I used to live, there was a really good ramen place I would order from a bunch. The Indian food place nearby is like some of the best Indian food here in like the Seattle area. Sushi, like here in Redmond, a bit meh. Oh, I just get butter chicken, which isn't a traditional Indian dish. It's like a British Indian dish, but it's delicious. Yeah, how's it going, Deerhound? You're from the area? Nice. And yeah, Datner, what were you up to? Hold on. I don't wanna like totally brush it off. Like, I really appreciate the raid. Thank you. Welcome everybody. Real quick, while Datner lets us know what he was up to, the thing I'm building out is a software as a service that is meant for other software as a service to consume. So here's an example, right? Like if you're trying to build out your own Vercel competitor, you might have a quota that your users would have for like data transfer. And how many of those accounts are at the 0 to 20% utilization versus 20 to 40 versus 40 to 60, and which people might be going over their limit, those kind of things. So we're doing a bit of that. The main gist is we're thinking about the kind of data we need to graph. And the easiest one was average utilization at this given moment. All the others kind of require that we have like historical data. And that gets a little bit trickier, but it's not that bad. So where you guys kind of caught me with the raid is I was like in my head thinking, how do I want to like set up the historical data? I'm thinking I might want to put it into its own like separate like TTL base table. That way I don't have to worry about the cleanup of it. The data just expires and Amazon cleans it up for me. Otherwise, the other option is I maybe put it in the same table or create a whole new table just for like statistics, but I manually vacate that cache to S3, like at an interval of some kind. That way I still have like the historical data if someone wants to query it in some way. I'm thinking the MVP can just be like a TTL table. And here's the biggest thing, right? Odatnerd mentioned that they're looking into some game stuff. If y'all are coming from a bunch of game like focus streams like Jay Blow or someone who might have rated into his stream before that or whatever, just think about some game you're making where you have to maintain a balance of some kind, right? Like you're going to have an internal currency for your game so that people can buy cosmetics. You still want them to spend $20 rather than $1 at a time because your per transaction cost, you know, it's a higher percentage when they are paying less at a time. So you incentivize them to spend more at a time and they get free credits or something when they spend $20 or more. Some BS. But the idea is that you end up having this balance that you need to deduct from when they try to purchase a cosmetic from the store. You need to deny that purchase if they're going over their limit. How do you maintain that balance as a service? That's also something we can do. So not just quotas, but also like balances that get topped up or added to. Maybe you give people free currency for Christmas, whatever, you just add it to their balance. And we have this entire like ledger in which you can kind of see all of the things that have modified that balance, either them deducting from it with a purchase, or you adding to it with a credit, or them adding to it with a payment. All that to say is, I think what I'm building is applicable to game devs as well. And game devs especially aren't web devs. So building out an API that they can hit from their game so they don't have to maintain this stuff and they can still have the canonical server for it. Yeah, I think game devs are actually like a core target market of the product I'm building. So yeah, how long until I have an MVP? Just earlier this month, I basically started pivoting the project. So if we look at this, Waltr here, it started out as just a copy of the way DigitalOcean does their billing. So basically with DigitalOcean, if you're unfamiliar, you would spend $20 to add money to your balance at DigitalOcean, right? Sounds familiar. But then as you spin up a droplet or a server on DigitalOcean, that's a $5 a month server. But if you spin it up and then delete it a day later, you're only billing people for that single day. So then you just deduct a single day's worth of that $5 a month prorated cost from their balance, and then they have, I don't know, like $19.20 left over. I'm BSing on that. I don't know what the actual number is. It would probably be $19 and some other number. But the idea being that you could do usage-based billing, deducting from a prepaid balance. I still support that. I have some work to do, but I did a pivot to where the idea of quotas for like hosting services is something I want to handle. Balances, well, what about a game that wants to have more than one balance type, such as League of Legends? You got the blue crystals and the red crystals, right? Blue you can get for free just from like not being toxic. Red crystals you got to spend money for. But maintaining those two separate balances, right? Like the original version of what we were doing only supported one balance per business, and it only supported you being associated with a single business. So yeah, we've done a major pivot to support multiple businesses per user, or users being associated with more than one business, as well as multiple balances and quotas per business as well. So we're in the middle of like a major refactor. So when will the MVP be done? Oh, I don't know. I'm hoping sometime in January, but I also don't want to stress about this stuff because I want it to still be fun. So yeah, Tristan, thanks. Yeah, I think it sounds awesome too. I think it's like actually like a thing people would use. Like if I were to get funded by Y Combinator, pretty much every other business in the cohort of that Y Combinator batch would be a potential customer. I think that's something that they actually really like in their cohorts, right? If you can get your product dog fooded by the rest of the people you're working with day to day, who are working on their own thing, but you're still in like the same space, then bam, you're getting product market fit like that. Like a butler like Jeeves? Interesting. So I'm a big fan of the idea of a working title. The original working title was Moneybag. And if you're unaware of like the working title pattern, the idea is you give it a name you don't care about. You build out something that is close enough to an MVP, which this used to be before the pivot. And then when you finally have something that you think, well, yeah, this could actually be a thing, then you figure out what domain name you want to lock down, what name you could actually pick for the product. And for me, it was like Waltr. Boom, nailed it, right? But I think if you are trying to be an indie hacker, serial entrepreneur, whatever, don't buy the domain name until you have a product that you can put there, even if it's just the marketing site. Too many people get hung up on the name first, and I think that pigeonholes people. Like, technically, I could rename Waltr right now. I don't care. I like it. I made that logo. I'm kind of proud of that logo. But yeah, like, don't pigeonhole yourself with a name until you have something that you can associate with that name. Because too many people end up with dozens upon dozens upon dozens of domain names that they don't actually use. They could never actually sell to someone either. All right, so real quick, ODatNerd, you're learning some Godot, depending on who you ask. That's how they pronounce it. Kind of a virtual tabletop for playing games, because it seemed like a fun way to learn a new tool. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. And like virtual tabletop kind of like makes me think turn-based, right? I just found a thing the other day. Boardgame.io, which is basically like a framework for state management and multiplayer networking for turn-based games. So you could actually do this as like your back end. And because it's all like, you know, the state management is very Redux-like and everything is like, you know, time trackable. You know, like each like turn is like idempotent. You get a lot of like the magic of turn-based gaming and like server as the source of truth kind of stuff. Like you get that nice and easy. I'm not, you know, it's an older project, started 6 years ago, 7 years ago. But it does seem to be getting some updates. We did look through the code. Some of it's kind of old school. But yeah, I like the idea of maybe even just looking at the source code and taking some notes about how they do like the server as a source of truth, but still being able to do optimistic updates and all that stuff. So yeah, just throwing that out there. ODatNerd, you know, just in case. Thinking about how you want to rationalize multiplayer and making sure that state is actually accurate, right? Instead of someone fiddling with the client side to inject packets that shouldn't be there. I don't know. I liked the idea. We saw it just like 2 days ago, so I figured I'd share it with you. But yeah, what's up, Matt Bird's Quest? Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. Yeah, I am working on some software as a service stuff. This is a festive sweater. Yeah, it's a good one. It's really solid. You should see the beanie I'm going to wear on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. It completes the hoodie. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, how's everyone doing? Welcome, join. You're gonna wear a Jack Skellington shirt and Santa hat. Ooh, there you go. Is that like an actual Jack Skellington shirt, or is it really just the skeleton T-shirt with the Santa hat? Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, because that's right. He wears like the tux like jacket over top. Good call. So you all are a large portion of you all came from Jay Blow's stream, How soon before Jai is like general access, general availability? Oh yeah, we made major progress today. So we had to do some backend stuff to get like this graph rendering. So yeah, like how we generate some of those stats and some of those things. We got more to do, and yeah, like some of these just require that we do like some major architecture for how we store historical data. Because right now we're working on like stats, like how do we show graphs and data that someone could use to make this actually like a valuable piece of software. We got other things we could work on, like the accounts page and the settings page, but for now, I think we got enough. Exactly. Yep. So yeah, you guys probably get way too many questions over it in JBlow's stream. So sorry if I'm rehashing something you guys deal with way too much over there. But yeah, I'm just curious about Jai. And I figured this was the right audience to ask. I'm sure he has commands over there that prevent him having to like answer this question all the time, but we don't have those commands here. Some of these things really do feel like Zig kind of like took some notes and did exactly what this was going for too. Like this whole like compile time code execution. This feels a lot like Zig macros. Or I guess, hold on, what do they call it? Comp time? Yeah, I haven't given this a good look for a while, so I just wanted to like brush up on it a little. Okay, SOA is structure of arrays, AOS is array of structures. Got it. Oh, it even provides an reflection. Is this reflection fast? Or is it like in Go where it's actually really heavy? Or like TypeScript or JS where it's like really heavy? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yep. As long as it has an any type, I'm good to go. We're fine. Everything's fine then. No big deal. Oh, it has a defer statement. Oh, that's cool. Automatic versioning? It will not have smart pointers, garbage collection, no automatic memory management of any kind. RAII, that's basically like the borrow checker, isn't it? Like in Rust. Subtype polymorphism. So it's going for like a Go style like subtyping system where it's like composing rather than inheritance. It's trying to be a better C, which I think Zig is also aiming at. Okay. So yeah, no header files, no preprocessor, or at least not one resembling C's, no virtual machine. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, hold on. So why not use C++, Rust, Go, D, Swift, Haskell, Lisp, etc.? Those are strong languages. None of them contain the right combo of features that game programmers need. Automatic memory management is a non-starter for game devs who need direct control over their memory layouts. Functional-only languages are pointlessly restricting. Object-oriented only languages are overly complex. Interpreted languages, too slow for games. So this is actually like, this is a really good bit here in the docs. I actually really like that. I do think that Rust, like calling Rust system automatic memory management, I think is maybe not accurate. Because it's a compile time thing and you can get full control, but yeah, the moment that you reach for like unsafe in Rust, you're kind of throwing like the benefits of Rust away anyway. Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at Jai for a long time, so figured looking with y'all was worth it. Now, this is not actually something that Jablo maintains, but I would assume this person's like in the community. Oh, and they're from the Seattle area. Oh, that's cool. And yeah, who else was it that was like, oh, a fellow Seattle person? And hey, Leah, Sorry, Leah, I missed that. The holiday beanie's good. I feel like you've seen it before, right? Like, Leah would probably have seen it before, but if not, I don't want to spoil it. Just saying, you know. But yeah, who was that was from Seattle? Was that Deerhound? That was Deerhound, right? Yeah, for sure. Hell yeah. And then yeah, we were talking about food. Crow. Yeah, I mean butter chicken, while not a like massively traditional Indian dish, it's really good. And I don't know if being like super traditional matters, because it was still made by an Indian person living in the UK, like invented by. But yeah, how you doing, bedtime bear, Mister Sir? All right, so for everyone kind of joining, yeah, as long as it tastes good, right? But it's also one of those things where I'm almost certain that like butter chicken is like a very popular dish in India anyway, right? So I don't know if it matters about being traditional or not. Ooh, bedtime bear, I got you a good birthday whiskey. Technically, I'll probably give you two. One is like the Henry McKenna, and the other one I'll let be a surprise. I think you'll like the birthday whiskey. Yeah. I mean, I got it from a Costco, so it's not that rare. But it is like a special version. So Crow, here's something that you could check out. There's the whiskey family tree, or bourbon family tree. Here's a big thing, actually. Figure out if they're a bourbon or a Scotch drinker. Because if they're a Scotch drinker, they're probably not going to like the bourbon. And if they're a bourbon drinker, they're probably not going to like the Scotch. Because they're both whiskey, technically, but they're very, very different. So yeah, I would say make sure you ask. But if they're a bourbon drinker, so bourbon is technically like the American-made whiskey. There was a time like where technically for Scotch, you can't make a Scotch unless it's made in Scotland, right? With bourbon, they used to have rules about, yeah, bourbon had to be X amount percent of like corn to wheat. No, corn to wheat. Yeah, corn to wheat. And then like the barrels had to come from a specific county and blah blah blah. Like the definition of bourbon has been relaxed within the past, I want to say 50 years. Glenfiddich is Scotch. So they're a Scotch drinker. So this isn't going to help you then. I know nothing about Scotch, so I can't help you. So basically, Luna, Scotch is whiskey from Scotland. However, there are some distinctive flavors for Scotch whiskey. Most of them have a peat kind of flavor, and that peat flavor is mossy, I guess is the way to describe it. I don't know how to describe it any other way. Ooh, well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, Crow. They could be a Scotch drinker, but they just don't like the peat flavor, but they still prefer Scotch. It's one of those things. I would say ask them. Just like better safe than sorry. Like see how they feel about certain bourbon brands. Yeah, no worries. But here, this is a good family tree. You can kind of see where a lot of these like brands of bourbon kind of come from. And realistically, bourbon only comes from like 5 or 6 actual distilleries. So Buffalo Trace. It's a good cheap one, but if you look at the Buffalo Trace like distillery, it goes all the way up to really expensive Pappy Van Winkle type stuff. Pappy Van Winkle is spendy, right? You probably wouldn't want to get him the 23 because it's super expensive, but a Pappy Van Winkle like 15 is a solid drink. Like, yeah, Pappy Van Winkle is probably like the most famous like expensive bourbon. Black Label is Johnny Walker Black Label. That is Scotch, yes. So there's Johnny Walker Red, Johnny Walker Blue, Johnny Walker Black, Double Black, blah, 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 right? Those are Scotch. I feel like they tend to be lower on the peat scale compared to some other Scotches, though. So there it is, Luna. You like Scotch. There you go. Eagle Rare is a solid one. It's not bad. Johnny Walker and Coke, sure. Weller is a solid bourbon. Blanton's also really solid. Right, and keep in mind that like going up this list doesn't necessarily mean better. It just means it's aged longer. Right? No matter what, you're going to run into preferences where some people really like, I don't know, let me find a good example. Right? Some people might really like Weller and then hate Eagle Rare or something, you know? Yeah, that happens. Like, that's not a big deal. Like, this is more of a preference thing. Like, this is just a graph on the y-axis of age. Dickel is a good one, and it's kind of a funny name. I really like Four Roses because it's one of the like oldest. Like the standard regular Four Roses yellow label is extremely cheap, but it's really good. Right, the small batch and the single barrel are both really good. Johnny Walker Red Label is Scotch for sure. Basically, Johnny Walker Red is like the cheapest one. I believe it goes red label, blue label, black label, then double black. There's a green somewhere in there. And that's basically like the price as well as like how long they aged it for, like along that scale. So red is the cheap one. But it's still more expensive than, you know, Jack Daniels. Ugh. Yeah, exactly. The one that I spoiled for Bedtime Bear is Henry McKenna. Right? It's a pretty good one. But yeah, I don't know. Fun stuff. I think it's interesting. I don't care about like whiskey snobs, so I'll happily mix any of these with Coca-Cola. The one that I'd get that is pretty damn cheap, but still good, is Woodford Reserve, because Costco sells like the giant bottle of it. If I'm out and about, Four Roses Yellow Label. Because Four Roses Yellow Label, like some bars actually have like Four Roses Yellow Label as their well. That's a really good bar. No. Woodford's just a name. For the most part, bourbons tend to have a bit of like a brown sugar kind of flavor. I don't know. Yeah. The oaky taste. Yeah, a lot of the oaky tasting whiskeys tend to have a bit of that like peat flavor to them. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the oak. Peat as in P-E-A-T. I think it's P-E-A-T. It's not P-E-E-T, right? So yeah, peat is that like mossy kind of like burnt flavor. Technically, you can have a really peaty like whiskey without it being that smoky and vice versa. So you can't necessarily equate smokiness with peatiness, but they do tend to go a little hand in hand. But yeah, what's up, Blaze? Mr. Sir, how you doing? You caught us explaining and teaching a little bit about bourbon. So yeah, you were doing some Hack the Planet Crucible AI hacks. Will continue until AI submits. Good luck. You're doing the real work. Thank you. But yeah, we were going over the bourbon family tree and trying to explain the difference between bourbon and scotch and some of that stuff. So it's an AI capture the flag on stuff. Nice. No, that sounds great. Did you capture the flag? The AI started speaking like an Aussie? Okay. Like Bogan style Aussie? You know, like Mad Max? Or sophisticated Aussie, which I know is a bit of an oxymoron. Sorry, Luna, I'm just having fun. Yeah, it started speaking Australian like upside down. Yeah, right? Toilet spun the other direction and everything. Yeah. Duh. That's science. So yeah, real quick. For everyone joining, I know, I'm actually really curious. I believe it's just some Unicode you can do. There's probably some like service, like upside down text generator. There you go, boom. I assume Luna has it bookmarked. Yeah, there you go. Just move to Australia. Fireball whiskey. There are some people that are really into Fireball. No, Fireball is not bourbon or scotch. It is problematic. That's the only way I'll phrase that. Yeah, Fireball is just flavored whiskey or flavored alcohol. Yeah, it's barely whiskey even. Sugar garbage is another way of phrasing that. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of haters. Sorry there, Crow. The best way to think about Fireball is that it's very close to the idea of what a schnapps like Yeah, it's a liqueur instead of like liquor. Yes, that's why a lot of people look down on it. For the most part, anything you drink in college, most people are gonna like turn their nose up on later anyway. Right? Like I can't drink Jägermeister anymore because yes, when I was about college aged, I overdid it. Jaeger bomb, Jaeger bomb, Jaeger bomb, Jaeger bomb. Like yeah, no, sorry, no, I can't drink Jaeger anymore. Can't do it. Irish car bomb. That's whiskey and a Guinness, right? I know, right, Krasner? Damn. Oh, yeah, I'm taking Krasner back with that one for sure. Jaeger bomb. Like, dude. Well, shit. Now I need to put a bunch of gel in my hair, spray myself with some Axe, and Jaeger bomb. Exactly. For sure. Yeah, what were some of the other, like, college drinks that y'all remember, right? And the one that you say probably actually, like, ages you. We'll know exactly how old you are based upon what you say. Everclear. A dead Nazi. Okay. Incredible Hulk. Zima. Ooh, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. You kids these days with your Zima, hula hoops, and Pac-Man video games. Attention spans today can only be measured in nanoseconds. Oh, and Tristan, let me put it this way. That's why I phrased it as when I was college aged, because I didn't actually. Yeah, I did go to college. I mean, your mom goes to college. Sorry, I didn't go to college until I was like 30. But when I was college aged, it was still Jaeger bombs. Because, like, yeah, I was in snowboard towns as a snowboard bum. I know, right, RJ? Come on. Fair bit of goon. I've never heard of goon. Jaeger and Rumpelmints? And 151? Yeah, yeah. That'll kill someone, for sure. See, Security Live, that one's nice because you can drink it or you can use it to clean a carburetor. Right? You can throw it into your gas tank to thin out the mix. Oh, I've never heard of that at all, Luna. Yeah, interesting. Are Long Island iced teas still a thing? They are. I know some bars like you physically cannot order a Long Island iced tea in Utah, as an example. They legally cannot pour you one. Like, as an example. Utah has extremely strict alcohol laws. Long Island iced tea is a shot of... Oh, shit, I know I'm going to mess this up. Rum, whiskey. What's the third one? At least rum and whiskey, like a whole shot of each. A third alcohol that I forget. And then they pour Coca-Cola in it. Like, to finish it off. It's only served in a tall glass. It's what people order when they don't want to remember the night. Is it gin, tequila, vodka, and rum? Triple sec. Rum, tequila, vodka? Okay, so whiskey's not in it. It's rum. Okay. Vodka. Tequila. I forgot the tequila. Okay. And then triple sec. Yeah. And then you just like, you do like a splash of Coca-Cola to add the color. There is 0 iced tea in it. Nope. Yeah, half the bar with just a spritzer of Coca-Cola. But yeah, Utah has extremely strict liquor laws. What's up, Sakurai? How you doing? What you up to? A Colorado Bulldog? I feel like that's related to Rocky Mountain oysters. What's going on here? We got massively derailed in the best way. It's the holidays. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's consider what we're doing, though. We started working on some visualizations. If we go to details here, in balances, we've got these like placeholder visuals that aren't actually tied to any real data. And I probably want to figure that out. Ooh, lemonade and Sprite. Ooh, does that have a name? Right, like half lemonade, half iced tea is an Arnold Palmer, which is just solid, just delicious. There's no alcohol involved. Technically, I bet he put alcohol in it, but yeah. Arnold Palmer alert. So yeah, what we're thinking about is the way that we need to like generate statistics for all of this stuff. And the right thing to do might be build it in a way that overfetches and we aggregate. And then in the future, we figure out a more performant way of doing like data caching with like a TTL table. Because I want to deal with like the table problem way less. Yeah, Bedtime Bear knows the movie quote. Arnold Palmer alert. Who wants some Arnie Palmies? Hey, honey, this is the one with the vodka in it. So you might think, like, because of the beard, I'm really hairy, but I'm not. Shaved. Like, dude, that part's so gnarly. Shaved. Like, dude. I love that movie. It's just hilarious. It's such a good movie. All right, real quick. I do need to get food going. It's on the rewatch list. Yeah, we'll watch it again here at some point. But oh, the movie The Other Guys? Oh, it's super good. I'll at least give you the link. You can watch it as you see fit on your own time. I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet. I would highly recommend watching it. But some people really don't like Will Ferrell. I get it. So real quick, give me a second. I need to throw these chicken pot pies into the oven. And I'm going to grab another Coca-Cola. And I can stream basically until the pot pies are done. I think that's a plan. Sounds like a good plan. And then while those are cooking, we'll start building out some of the logic for these things. We're not going to work on account balances, right? Like balance or account specific balance visualizations or account specific quota visualizations. We'll just work on the top level ones. And yeah, some of it will just be us just naively aggregating the data that we have. And then eventually we'll have to figure out a more performant way of generating these things and caching these things to where we're not like calculating it every time it's fetched. Because that'll get heavy, especially when we're considering like, yeah, if a company wanted to use this for like data transfer, right? So not hosting, but let's just say Vercel. If Vercel wanted to use what we're doing, their data transfer would be like a terabyte a month or 100 gigabytes a month. And they would send us an event for every single like request that they sent out to a user. That could get heavy. That could get really heavy. Right now, we're going to naively assume that they would send it to us all at once, but then eventually they would send us a batch. The chili pepper and some other things, we'll get to that in a second. Let me get these chicken pot pies going, and then we'll talk about that. So give me just a second. BRB. And no, like give me like a minute. It'll be like a
Yes, spoiler alert. Come on. It is a VS Code extension. Yep. Your breakfast for tomorrow is blueberry pancakes and a gin and tonic and peanut butter. Sure. You'll also have the Lingonberry pancakes. Lingonberry pancakes. We want the money, Lebowski. His girlfriend cut off a toe. It's not fair. All right, so mark the time. We're at 10:27. 50 minutes from now, those chicken pot pies are about ready. So that will be, let's just call it 11:20. All right, so the VS Code extension, right? Yeah, the thing is, this is JSTS Biscuits chiming in on the wrong file. So that's a bug. I built some VS Code extensions. The best one is HTML Biscuits. So here, you can do the same thing. You can give it whatever prefix you want, and it will annotate the ending, tag of your HTML. So this div, well, now we can know that that div is the outer page wrapper, and blah, blah, blah. And it updates on the fly because it's not part of your code. It is just a decoration from doing static analysis of your code. To the same effect, we end up having something called JSTS Biscuits for JavaScript and TypeScript. Right? Kind of cool. And then we even have assorted biscuits, which is C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, TOML, and YAML. In which, yeah, you can get the same kind of idea where the ending bracket is annotated ephemerally, not part of your code, not a comment, but in a way that helps you identify, like if you're down here, and you're not seeing the whole file, you're just seeing this ending bracket, well, at least you know which bracket that might be. If you're a NeoVim user, right, you can do NeoVim biscuits. No problem. Like a glove. Like a good plugin, NeoVim biscuits is there. So yeah, I don't know, something we made here on stream. Pretty fun stuff. So Security Live. That is my, that is a thing that we built here on stream at one point called Stream Parrot. It is the chat overlay. Below, it's like responsible for the theme and for all of the replacements. If I do a smiley face, you get my smiling face. If you want to see all the emotes and things that we replace, you can see that list right there. So yeah, I make a lot of stuff here on stream. I would hope so. I stream a lot.
Sure, I could see that. I think a tricky bit to that is inference can be a bit slow. So you'd need like a whole like and it can get expensive if you're doing it via online services. So you would need like a separate machine in your like home network with a fast enough card that it would actually work, which is doable. Like there are ways you can do it and all that. Um what did we just install? What was the name of it? Diffusion B. Yes, Cuban B. But yeah, like Diffusion B, if we were to like say, hey, these should be neon punk or no, watercolors. And the idea is a cat astronaut in a spacesuit floating in space holding a large wrench. It's not exactly fast. And this is with the brand new like M4 Pro. So you need something pretty beefy to make this a faster process. I actually really like this one. But that is, right? That's not a wrench. This is a wrench. That's not a wrench, that's a knife. I see you've played wrenchy knifey before. It's just a flathead wrench. No big deal. Yeah, totally. I get it. Yeah. My favorite ones are the cat that has a cat. Actually, what kind of like twisted society is this? Meme lookup? There you go. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so whatever model we're using, it doesn't understand what a wrench is. That's a bong. That's a really fancy flathead screwdriver. Yeah, we know what you mean. Yeah, exactly, Bato. That's not even a cat. What? Oddly enough, the part where it's like furthest off on the cat part is where it's actually closest on the wrench part. Ooh. All right, there you go, RJ. Hipster style. Yeah, for sure. That's got to be it. It's not a cat, it's a hep cat. Oh, I can speak that jive, son. Just a cool hep cat chilling. It ain't cool being no jive turkey this close to Thanksgiving. Oh, who knows that movie quote? It's my favorite Christmas movie, actually. Nobody? Yeah, there you go. Trading Places. Had to Google it. Yeah, I get it. It's fine. Man, if they beat you up, how come there ain't no marks on you? Because I'm a karate man. Karate man Bruce is on the inside. When you came in here, you was crying like a bitch. Because they pepper sprayed me, man. They pepper sprayed me. Go rewatch that movie. During that scene, you'll see a young Giancarlo Esposito as one of the people in that prison cell, listening to Billy Ray talk. It's actually really good. The keen observer will notice. It's actually one of my dreams at some point to go up to like famous actors, like randomly, like, you know, hidden camera style, and be like, oh my God, oh, dude, you, oh, you're the actor. You were that guy in, oh. They start like naming movies like, you know, Giancarlo Esposito would be like, The Boys, Breaking Bad. No. You were in the jail cell. Trading Places, right? Like, you name them as like their most famous thing you've ever seen them in is this really obscure thing that they like didn't expect anyone would ever remember. That would be one of my favorite things to do. That'd be really good. All right, go up to Sam Rockwell, like, oh my God, dude, I love you. You're such a good actor. Oh, you were so good in what's that movie? He starts naming stuff off. It's like, oh yeah, you beat up Samo. If you guys don't know, there's a movie called Basquiat in which Samo was a famous like 90s artist. Something Basquiat was like the artist's actual name. At the end of the movie, he gets beat up by Sam Rockwell in like a street hood outfit, like totally uncredited role and everything. He's on screen for like 30 seconds. there you go, Security Live. Touche. That's one way to go with it. Right? You can go up to Jonah Hill, like, oh my God, oh, you're the dude from what's that movie I'm thinking of? I've heard Huckabees. Right? Because, like, how many people do you think actually recognize them for these, like, really obscure roles? I feel like that would be cool. That'd be kind of fun. Oh my God, Angelica Houston, I loved you in Ice Pirates.
You know, like, wait, what?
Jennifer Aniston, like, my God, Leprechaun's my favorite movie. You know, like, yeah, DiCaprio in Critters 3, for sure. Yep. Yeah, like that'd just be so fun. Like, call people out for these really obscure roles that they totally forgot about, but lead them on as if, like, you're totally, like, bigging them up about the really cool stuff they've done. And instead, you bring up the thing they're probably most embarrassed about. Russell Crowe, Virtuosity. All right. Anyway, yeah, we got about a half hour left before those pot pies are done, so we got some time. Let's actually start hammering out some of this stuff on these endpoints about, like, how we would grab some of this data. So, for the balances stats, because I watch so many movies. Yeah, it's not ideal. I love terrible films, actually. That's a big part of it. Like Ice Pirates, it's terrible, but I love that movie. Yeah, no, so it's one of those things in my family. My dad has always been like a really big, like, Hollywood kind of fan person. Like, his dad operated a bunch of drive-in movie theaters. So my dad's always been, like, enamored with Hollywood, and my dad's old as shit. But, like, growing up, my parents would actually, like, quote films. Right? So you guys know, like, the meme, like Bill Murray from Caddyshack, and he's like, so I'm out there, caddying for the llama, on the circuit, and big hitter to the llama. Ooh, big hitter. And, at one point, he shanks one into this giant ravine. And he says, Gunga la Gunga. No, Gunga la Gunga. Like, my parents, like, focus on the fact that they love that he's telling this totally bullshit story, but he even throws in the quality of, like, correcting himself on the phrasing of a thing that he totally just made up. Right? So they love, like, those kind of quotes. And then, like, yeah, the part where it's like, so I'm like, hey, Lama, how about a little something for the effort? And he's like, there will be no money, but on your deathbed, you will achieve total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. My parents used to quote that all the time. Like, it was just like a thing we did as a family. Like, movie quotes. That was a meme in our family before it was a meme in real life. Another thing my dad loves to do is you're watching some commercial. Oh, who's that voice? For Mercedes, that's John Hamm. Nailed it. Oh, hold on. Who's that voice? Matt Damon, right? For, what is it? Volkswagen or something? So yeah, just, I don't know. One of those things. As a family, we just love trivia. I do want to say, like, I'm really thankful for it, actually, because I think memory, right, your ability to remember details, is actually something you can train, something you can actually get good at. And I just got lucky enough to grow up in a family in which, like, yeah, we were training for having a good memory my entire life. Right? It wasn't specifically training, but we were just doing it, you know? But yeah, I fundamentally believe that. If you feel like you don't have a good memory, the main thing is you just don't care enough. Because if you care about something, you'll remember. Does that mean I remember everything? No. I don't remember any single person's birthday in my entire family besides my brother's because it happens to be New Year's. He's the only birthday I remember, besides my own. Sorry. I don't know, man. Like, I don't care. I'm sorry. Like, just hold on real quick, though. As far as birthdays go, if you bought a bidet a year ago, does that make today your bidet B-day? You're welcome. See, I don't have one. We should probably all get one just in prep for the next pandemic, which is definitely going to happen eventually. Like, come on. Get ahead of the toilet paper wars of 2025. Charmin Battalion chiming in. Sweet. Hold on. Wait. Tristan, you're saying SEA. That could mean Seattle, or you could mean Southeast Asia. That's a little trickier. Thailand. All right, Southeast Asia. There you go. At which point, yeah, bidet is standard. Like, yeah, standard. All right, this song gets crunchy, but let's what we're going to do is we're going to try and get a bunch of these like global balance metrics into one top level stats endpoint, but eventually they'll all be like individually loadable just for performance reasons. But we got to focus on the MVP. Oof. And yeah, like everything in here goes away. Now, hold on. Okay, yeah, we did that right. Cool. What this means, yeah, we're going to have to kill this anyway because we'll be changing API stuff. And kill that for now, too. Let me close some of this. All right, so that can fail, but what happened is, and this is the part that I really like about Architect, is I can scaffold out this endpoint, right? So I just, added some metadata to my arc file here, and then we can scroll down. Sorry, one second, let me find it. Here in balances, we actually see that a stats endpoint just got created for us from some boilerplate that I had set that we need to modify, sure. So the idea being, like, as we spin up more endpoints for the project, we just add them to a metadata file, and then the framework that we are choosing to use called Architect will actually spin these things up for us. Right? It will create the folder, copy around some things so that it can like build stuff and use our shared libraries and all that in a really like nice and easy way. All right, so as far as stats for balances go, we want to do a get balance here. HTTP request with balance is the typing that we care about. Business and balance ID, we can get there. Sure, we can do that. We don't care about the console log. We can do const. Count balances table is that so account balances here is get all by ID. And there's, yeah, no way that's true. This is db keys dot, wow, this is getting really bad. But it's not going to be our partition key. So this is going to be count balance is key map. I don't think it's going to be our partition key. I think it's the tertiary key. Yeah, tertiary key, business ID, balance ID. And yeah, this is a bit of a homegrown ORM, and yeah, if you hate it, I'm not entirely satisfied with it, but we did just make it a little bit better. Whereas like this key stuff in the past used to not have any type safety to it. The problem is that this is no longer type safe with regard to the key that we need to search by. So creating the key matters, but the query or the column by which we're trying to query by, that's a problem. Could be worse, but I like the fact that I don't have to go to another file now to look at the type safety of generating these keys. I can just mouse over that and get it. That has made a lot of this way better. And like I have caught a bunch of errors ahead of time rather than like at runtime while validating these endpoints. So yes, type safety could be better, but it was a lot worse. All right, so one thing I want to do here is overdrawn balances where the balance is less than 0. Yeah, 1% is better than 0. And I'd say like our type safety is not even like a 1% bad. I'd say we're at least halfway there. It could be so much worse. So, you know, that's fine. So now we get overdrawn balances. We're grabbing all of them, and then we're going to filter them. And then from here, what I want to do is const overdrawn total. All right, so bare minimum, we can see all of the overdrawn balances with some data. Those aren't going to be things that we graph, but I do think it is metadata that matters to a user. And if we look at what we had in our notes, that's basically it, right? Total amount, overdrafted balances, count. Do you ever like movie quote snipe yourself? Because I just did. When I said the word notes, I immediately heard Charlie from Always Sunny saying, "Not a big fan of jazz, too many unnecessary notes." Love the fact that Charlie's like the stupidest of the bunch, arguably, but has really strong opinions about music. Spa day? I feel like you're starting a word and like forgetting to finish it, right? Do you mean spaghetti day? I could go for a spaghetti day. 2.5 Men? Okay. To each their own. Trying to remember who the actor is that plays like the nerdy guy on that show. No, that's fine. Yeah. Not a big fan of the show. I think the nerdy guy is probably the better actor of the bunch. But that's still not saying much. God, what is that guy's name? There's one movie he was in that was like quite good, where he's on the run from like the mob or something. And he like shaves and dyes his hair and has to pretend to be a high school student. Hold on. John Cryer. Yes, that's his name, right? Oh, he went full bald? When did that happen? Okay. Good job, buddy. Wish I had that confidence. But yeah, no. What is that movie he was in where he was like on the run? I've heard other people say that too. I will take it as a compliment. Thank you. Hiding out. Maxwell Hauser. Because he read his name from a Maxwell House container. It's actually a fun movie. I really recommend this movie. It's really fun. Yeah. It's an old film, RJ, but, you know, it's an old meme, but it checks out. All right, so yeah, the overdrafted balances count and the overdraft amount. I think that's actually useful for a business. Eventually, you'd want to click these values to get to a page that shows you all of that, right? So that'll be a little trickier. But yeah, like total payments, total transactions. And that is like historical data, right? Hourly, daily, etc. Now, realistically, hold on. What I think we're getting at is the overdrawn stuff would be this endpoint, but then the payments and the transactions would be their own endpoint. And maybe that's easier to reason about. Make them separate things to fetch, and then they have their own separate loaders, and then you don't care. And yeah, is Godzilla. Yeah, we finished the delete modal earlier. We started doing some graphing. Right here we see one for like account utilization. Like how many accounts are using their full, I don't know, their full bucket. Yeah, a lot of this is just we need to think about good value add stuff for building out some of this UI stuff that for you to do for your own business would be more effort than it's worth, but someone's going to ask for it. And if you're a big enough company, like, yeah, someone's got to build it. So can we save you that time of building some of this? I think for the MVP, we need to figure out how to get some of this data and cache it and, you know, do things in a performant way that's not going to kill my API and costs when people fetch this data, but also like give people data they can use for business purposes too. And yeah, like we mentioned earlier when someone commented, like there's always something we could do. We could actually start getting our settings like more solid, right? Like the accounts page we could probably start working on for quotas and balances. And oh yeah, the API is down, so that's not going to help us. I can just close that. Because yeah, right now we're still working on the API, so nothing's up and running, and I don't want that to run all night and, you know, be a giant memory leak. I'm thinking we can get the majority of like the MVP for our data viz within the next few days. Like that'll be a Christmas present to myself then, right? But then, yeah, we got to work on the accounts page. We got to work on the settings page. We got to work on making accounts actually sortable and filterable. Because especially like some of these things that we're going to put into the UI, like letting you know which accounts are over, you know, like how many overdrawn balances you have, or how many, like how much you're overdrawn by. You're going to want to click that and identify those accounts, right? So yeah, we're going to have to get like good filtering based upon accounts and balances specifically. And yeah, how we visualize the accounts pages and how we do a lot of that sorting and filtering. Yeah, that's gonna be like a multi-week task, I think. Like 2 weeks to dial it. And once we've got all that, we got like some billing reconciliation. So yeah, we're not launching this until at least the end of January. Which I think is fine. I think that's fine. But what I think I'm getting at is the historical data. And when I say historical, like even if we only show stuff from today, right? And like the amount of like payments or transactions you've had over the past hour, we still need to like bucket that into timeframes. Oh, sorry. Stop singing. There we go. And yeah, some of that like historical data, like how we bucket things based upon a daily, monthly, whatever. I think that's a problem for tomorrow. Because yeah, I want to like sit and stew on some of this. Right? One little thing I'll leave you with is you're better off ending your day on a bug or a problem than you are wrapping things up in a nice clean package and being done with it for the day. Because your brain has the idea of the diffuse thought process. Right? So you might be aware of the term shower thoughts. Shower thoughts are the diffuse thought process. It's when you're doing something, you know, that you don't have to think about, so your mind just naturally starts to wander. Your diffuse thought process kicks in while you're cooking. It kicks in while you're gaming. It kicks in while you're going to sleep at night, while you're waking up in the morning. It kicks in while you're driving to work, doing your dishes, like taking a shower, obviously shower thoughts. The key is like it allows your brain to think in a different way than normal. Because when you are focused, right? Focused thought, you end up going through this very like linear progression. Whereas diffuse thought doesn't follow any like linear progression. It just happens, right? You need to weaponize your brain's ability to do that. So as a focused thought, you may go through all the permutations of these things, right? Wherever you're starting from, and eventually get to some like key insight. Meanwhile, with diffuse thought, you're not focusing on covering every base. You're just letting your mind wander. And what that means is that it can wander into the ideal solution quicker than an exhaustive process. So if you think about pathfinding in games, diffuse thought is closer to A* than it is to Dijkstra's algorithm. Dijkstra's algorithm has to find every combination of a path to find the ideal one. Whereas A* can start making assumptions and skipping around and just getting closer and closer to where it'll get there. Will it always be the absolute best route to get there with A*? No. Dijkstra's will actually get you the perfect route, but it has to check every single option first. And this is my first time actually like kind of like describing it that way. So I could be off there, but again, let your mind wander sometimes. Get distracted. Right? Take the long way home. Because eventually you'll end up with a better process than just if you were systematically going node by node in a focused way. You got to mix and match both, though. You can't do all diffuse thought. That just wouldn't work. So, yeah, just basically, Ayushman? Nah, we got a raid. It's been a couple years since we've been like organically at 90. We got some awesome raids from some really great streamers, Blazebits and Odatnerd, and you know they got some raids from people too, and like you know it's just the filter of Twitch. Marwan, do I have a SaaS that brings in revenue? No, but this one I think could eventually. I'll probably try and like really focus on getting revenue here in the next like 3 months is my main focus. I'm thinking we can get an MVP done by like the end of January. And then from there, I'm going to want to dog food it into my own other like micro SaaS like projects just to make sure that we're actually building something useful. So yeah, Marwan, I am not a successful entrepreneur. I build things. None of them make me any money yet, though. If you were to look at someone like Levels.io, he would also tell you that, yeah, you're going to build a lot of stuff before you finally hit it. I think Levels.io likes to brag about having done like 60 plus projects or something like that until he hit it big with Remote OK, as an example. The Five Nights at Freddy's guy made like 20 plus games before he made Five Nights at Freddy's. So something to be aware of. Failure is a part of the process. But yeah, we should go raid someone because my chicken pot pies are almost done. And I'm getting hungry. And it's getting late, and I got work tomorrow. So I can't stay up till 8 a.m. like I did the other day. And yes, Friday night to Saturday morning, I stayed up till 8 a.m. playing League of Legends. I definitely cannot do that tonight. Don't let me play League of Legends tonight. Don't let me do it. I'll just play some Path of Exile. That'll be fine, right? Anything's better than Civilization as far as like being able to get to sleep on time. But if anyone wants to hang out over on my gaming stream, I'll be over there in just a little bit. I'm going to eat some chicken pot pies tonight. Like over there while we watch something like Father Ted or IT Crowd or something. And then after an episode or two, we'll hop into some Path of Exile too. So instead, though, who do we go raid right now here on Twitch? Like, who's live? Who's going? Gaming counts as rest. Exactly. There you go, Marwan. Exactly, right? Like, success is not the only metric we should care about. All right, I see Sergeant Pepper. We haven't had a chance to raid Sergeant Pepper for a little bit. Let's go do it. Yep, he was over here just earlier too. And he's doing a Postman 2e clone, so a terminal application that is mimicking Postman or inspired by Postman. So yeah, Marwan, thank you for hanging out. But yes, I've been streaming for about 9 hours and 40 minutes. I should probably get some food in my belly and get some gaming in. And then come right back here tomorrow and do the same thing again. Because that sounds fantastic, doesn't it? So yeah, Marwan, hopefully maybe you leave a subscribe over on the YouTube and I'll see you tomorrow. I do think the thing you're building may have the concept of balances and quotas. So you might be a customer here eventually, right? Totally up to you. No big deal. But yeah, have a good night, YouTube. I will see y'all again, and then I'll bid farewell to Twitch in just a minute. So YouTube, thank y'all for chilling. See you tomorrow, or at least in a couple days. If not, happy holidays. And yeah.